Chapter 21-26. There were also Mushroom Man Gu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan had not annexed the Mushroom Man blessed land yet, most of these Mushroom Men were moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. The strongest Mushroom Man Gu immortal was Ku Xian Hong. His poison path methods were extraordinary. A moment later, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's side started to crumble. Not only did they not have as many people as Feng Yuan's subordinates, their rank 7 experts were also inferior to Feng Yuan's subordinates. Feng Yuan's subordinates chased and killed many of the Fire Plane Gu immortals. Eventually, the remaining few Gu immortals lost their morale. They wanted to surrender but were killed by Feng Yuan's orders. Next was to clean up the battlefield. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven focused on Fire Path. Most of the immortal materials were Fire Path as well, even though many were lost due to the ant plague. Because the Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals tried their best to preserve them, there were still many valuable resources left. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes. They were scattered all over Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was clearly planned meticulously. There were many advantages to it. Feng Yuan had once created a charcoal lake, but his charcoal lake could not even compare to one of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's. These charcoal lakes were self-circulating, especially the depths of the lakes. They could produce large amounts of immortal material fire charcoal rocks. Other than the charcoal lakes, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Feng Yuan also found several ancient, desolate plant giant calamity blazing trees. This number of burning trees made it hard for living beings to get close to them. More importantly, these giant calamity blazing trees would bring countless misfortune to living beings that got close to them. This was a combination of Fire Path and Luck Path immortal material. The two heavens Grotto Heavens under Feng Yuan had more or less Luck Path immortal materials. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was no exception. It also had Luck Path immortal materials. Other than these, Feng Yuan also obtained a large number of flames. Most of them were date flames. These flames were red in color. They were grouped together and were very restrained. Even though they were immortal materials, even mortals could hold them with their bare hands. They would not be burned to ashes by the flames. Other than the date flame, there was also the Phoenix Cry Flame, the Black Lantern Flame, the Ivory Flame, the Firefly Flame, the Flying Flame, the Dancing Dragon Snake Flame, and so on. What made Feng Yuan slightly disappointed was that although there were many fire goo materials, there were no rank 9 heaven, earth, and human fires. The so-called heaven, earth, and human fires were the best of the best. They were the heaven fire Bright Radiance Wheel Fire, the earth fire Azure Spirit Stone Furnace Fire, and the human fire Raging Waves Rising Dragon Fire. After calculating the immortal materials, they started to calculate the immortal goo. There were few immortal goo gains, only 3. A Fire Path immortal goo, it was heavily injured. It was a goo worm that was released outside. Bing Yuan managed to obtain it by luck. The other 2 were ant immortal goo. One had a metallic luster. It was as large as a hill and looked like red copper. The other was as small as a finger, and its body was greatly elongated. It was as soft as a long strip of white flour. The red copper immortal ant could shoot out fireballs, while the white-faced immortal ant could produce a large number of ants. These were the products of lingering poisonous ant plague. The ants devoured the goo materials in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. They would continue to refine themselves. Originally immortal goo, it could eventually be refined into an immortal goo. But as for what kind of immortal goo it was, even Feng Yuan could not estimate it. But from these 2 ants, he could vaguely see their original appearance. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant. The arrow ant could shoot out spikes from its mouth. After shooting out 3 spikes, the arrow ant would become extremely weak. It could not even defeat a worker ant. The white-faced immortal ant should be an ant queen. The ant queen was huge. It had no offensive or defensive abilities, but it could quickly eliminate worker ants, soldier ants, arrow ants, armor ants, and many other ants. Army ants were vicious insects in essence, but their strength could be raised from ordinary beast level to beast king level, to desolate beast level, ancient desolate beast level, and finally immemorial desolate beast level. Like the dark web spiders in the river of time, they were immemorial desolate beasts. The tiger-striped bees recorded in The Legends of Renzu, were also immemorial desolate beasts. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, the lingering poisonous ant plague's ants had undergone a qualitative change. They had all become goo worms. Even though goo worms ate food, they were carriers of Dao mark fragments. The value of a mortal ant goo far surpassed an ordinary insect ant. These ant goo were all strong. They had vigorous life force and were aggressive. 100 ant goo could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most goo worms were very fragile. They could be crushed with a pinch. But there were some goo worms that had hard shells and strong life force. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Fang Yuan had once used. The chainsaw golden centipede had two main paths of advancement. One was the rank 4 lightning tooth killer centipede. The other was the Vajra flying centipede. It had ranks 3, 4, and 5. When goo masters activated these two, goo worms would fly out. The former would kill the enemy, while the latter would pierce through the skin and bones, drilling into the body to wreak havoc. At immortal goo level, there were also such goo worms. For example, the sword-legged dragon centipede goo. The rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede goo was 7 li long. It had the body of a centipede and the head of a dragon. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient, desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Wu Shuai raised the essence of army ants from insects to goo. It greatly expanded their potential. But this method had a huge flaw. The first flaw was that the expenditure was too high. Originally, insects and ants only needed to pay some resources to reproduce. But now, to create goo ants, they needed to expend goo materials to refine them. Other than that, goo ants also needed to be fed. The cost of feeding goo worms was many times higher than feeding insects and ants. The second flaw was rank 6 and above. Because immortal goo were unique, there could be many desolate beast-level ants of the same species, but immortal goo were unique. There could only be one immortal goo. If there were not many ant immortal goo, the army ants would instead have the essence of the previous insect group. They would be easier to form and be superior. However, if I use this method, the new army ants will also have a certain scale. Fang Yuan observed the red copper fire ant and white-faced queen ant as he pondered. These two ants were indeed immortal goo, but Fang Yuan could not replicate them. He did not know the specific immortal goo recipe. These ant goo devoured goo materials, and even immortal materials in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to advance. The scale of the ant plague was huge. It spread throughout the whole of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, but only 2 immortal goo ants were produced. Lingering poisonous ant plague contained refinement path profundities. It was the peak of the current hairy man nature goo refinement method. Nature goo refinement method used the natural Dao marks of the outside world to assist in the goo refinement. It greatly increased the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created lingering poisonous ant plague, his attainment in nature goo refinement method had already surpassed long hair ancestor. These ants were able to advance not only because of the goo materials from the outside world, but also because Fang Yuan expended his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long hair ancestor did not have unrestrained heavenly marks. Using lingering poisonous ant plague, I can nurture a large number of immortal goo ants. As long as the number is large and the resources are expended, there will be an endless supply of ants. Even though immortal goo are unique, having red copper fire ant does not mean I cannot produce red copper water ant, golden fire ant, and other goo. As long as there was a slight difference, the immortal goo would be different too. Fang Yuan deduced, he felt that the crucial obstacle was not the uniqueness of immortal goo, but the resources. Using this method to nurture immortal goo ants would expend too much resources. To refine 2 rank 6 immortal goo, red copper fire ant and white-faced ant queen, the resources used in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven were enough to create more than 10 rank 7 immortal goo. The resource utilization was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal goo, there were also some goo cultivation inheritances among the spoils of battle. The most valuable was Fire Plane True Inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain it from Fire Plane Grotto Lord, he had the original copy in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Fire Plane True Inheritance was a high-grade Fire Path True Inheritance. One of its killer moves, furious red heart flame, was very profound. It was the move that Fire Plane Grotto Lord had used earlier to force Fang Yuan to let him go, but in the end, he committed suicide. There was also the Human World Fireworks. It was a fire path killer move that simulated the effect of human path. It was very valuable to Fang Yuan. Master, what do we do with these people? A subordinate Gu Immortal asked. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a human grotto heaven. Over 100 million pure humans lived here. If they were moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be huge. Fang Yuan thought about it and ordered plainly. Kill them all. Use them to create human sea. Thereupon, the variant human Gu Immortals took action, starting a bloody and merciless massacre. Over 100 million humans were slaughtered. Their bones, flesh, organs, human souls, and others were all gathered and sorted into the same type of goo materials before being moved into the sovereign immortal aperture's treasury. Their human chi was all absorbed by human sea. This artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained by Fang Yuan from Eastern Sea Xia clan. In the future, after becoming venerable, Fang Yuan would need to break through the heavenly Dao blockade. These human path methods would need to be improved as well. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed these Gu Immortals' immortal apertures one by one. Finally, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven to Mini Red Heaven. Because he had been annexing apertures recently, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development rate had risen to 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu material treasury was already filled to the brim. More than 10 more were added. Be it the Mini 5 regions or the Mini 9 heavens, they had a large number of resource points, hundreds or even thousands of them. After meticulous deductions, Fang Yuan managed to arrange these resources properly. Mini Red Heaven is almost full. The entire sovereign immortal aperture is almost full. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. During this period of time, he felt like a big fatty with an empty stomach, overeating and eating too much at once, causing him to have indigestion. Normally, Gu Immortals cultivated one path. Their immortal aperture had a single environment. It was easy to manage. Most Gu Immortals did not have large apertures. Space Path Gu Immortals usually had the largest apertures. Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. His immortal aperture's environment was very complex. Resources of all paths could be stored inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was the largest. It was unprecedented. Even a Venerable's Grotto Heaven might not be as big as it. Chapter 21-27. Fire path resources could not be too close to water path resources. If they were too close, they would affect each other. Not only would their production decrease, they might even perish. But it was not good to gather all the fire path and water path resources together. Because the fire path resource points affected each other, they were not all living in harmony. Moreover, there were many immortal materials, like giant disaster blazing wood, which had fire path and luck path Dao marks. Many Gu cultivation resources had 2 or more types of Dao marks. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a large area of ordinary Gu materials to be produced. Some resources required special wind and water to be watered. There were also resources that could move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. For example, frost ice flame needed to produce a fire path immortal material from a place with dense ice and snow Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foresight, long ago, when he annexed immortal apertures, he split them up and distributed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was imitating the structure of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, Mini southern border was mountainous. Fang Yuan placed his earth path resources there. Or for example, Mini red heaven was fire path. Fang Yuan placed most of his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could feel the profundity of the 5 regions and 9 heaven structure now. According to this structure, he could divide the resources into different categories. It could reduce the amount of deductions he had to make. He could easily control the negative effects of these resource points. But it was far from enough. Every time Fang Yuan annexed a grotto heaven, the Dao marks of a certain path would increase sharply. The increase in Dao marks would last for a long time. It would affect the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The last time he annexed Qi Xiang's Qi Si grotto heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture's chi path Tao marks increased sharply. Chi currents were produced everywhere in the immortal aperture. There was the most heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture did not need to open its entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. Next were profounding chi, luck chi, blood chi, earth chi, astral chi, tyrannical chi, life chi, death chi, righteous chi, orchid life chi, automold chi, and other immortal materials. Tao marks affected every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. The empty areas of the sovereign immortal aperture would gradually produce resources. First, mortal goo materials. After accumulating, the quantity would trigger a qualitative change, turning into immortal goo materials. These resources were naturally formed because of the Tao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this, reaching its current 80% development. In addition to producing resources, the surge in Tao marks would also have an impact on the existing resources. This time, after Feng Yuan devoured Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and the others, his fire path Tao marks increased by a large amount. The temperature of the entire immortal aperture rose. Many water path and wood path resource points would be greatly impacted. The metal Tao was austere. If the Tao marks increased explosively, it would quickly produce large amounts of minerals in the soil, causing the soil to deteriorate and affecting the forest above. The number of water path Tao marks increased, the amount of rain increased, and if the rain continued, it might even form a huge flood. With the increase in poison path Tao marks, some viruses and plagues that were previously limited to a small area would now erupt violently and spread rapidly, covering a large area. With the increase of transformation path Tao marks, many life forms started to mutate. Their forms and temperament would change, causing their original race to suffer a calamity. Thus, recently, the sovereign immortal aperture was not peaceful. From time to time, strange things would happen. For example, not long ago, Yu Chun Feng had appeared in the small eastern sea. The Chun Feng blew dust everywhere, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But within the range of the Chen Feng, these sea areas did not need islands. The earth path Tao marks on the islands would obstruct and suppress the waves, while the soul path Tao marks on the islands would kill the weak life forms in the sea area, gradually forming soul beasts and changing the ecology. Feng Yuan first suspected two neighboring sea areas. They were at the center of the Chen Feng Sea. They were the biggest suspects for the formation of the Chen Feng Sea. But after some tests and deductions, Feng Yuan found that the two sea areas were very far away from each other. Their Tao marks interacted with each other. It was as if they were resonating with each other, creating the Chen Feng Sea between the two. As for wild beasts that mutated, beast groups that were heavily injured, plagues that spread wildly, or veins that invaded the Rockman's territories, forests that caught on fire for no reason, icebergs that fell from the sky, and so on, they were all happening one after another. The Gu immortals who were defending their respective areas were extremely busy. They took action everywhere to make up for the situation. Feng Yuan's main body also took action frequently. He set up immortal formations around the important resource points. It was like he was patching them up. The unstable factors caused by the increase in Tao marks can only be slowly digested over time. The sovereign immortal aperture's environment will continue to change and gradually accept it. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to influence and interact with each other. But now, the sovereign immortal aperture is already 80% developed. There are too many resource points and the distance between them is too short. The interaction between them is not purely two aspects. They are all affecting each other and mixing together. What's worse is that I used time difference Grotto Heavens method to create a year essence subpool and create a time path subpool. The time flow is different in different places. It makes my deductions more complicated. If I add more immortal materials in the future, the difficulty of this deduction will increase by 100 times. It will far surpass my deduction ability. The difficulty of this deduction was increasing exponentially. Feng Yuan felt helpless. And even if I get the result, I will need to adjust the original resource points. Every adjustment is like a major surgery. It consumes a lot of resources, time, and energy. I'm afraid that 80% is my limit. After realizing this, Feng Yuan looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens and could not help but feel admiration. The space of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was much larger than the sovereign immortal aperture at the same time. Each of its resource points was just right. They interacted with each other in a stable and harmonious manner. Even when the 5 regional walls disappeared and the earth veins and heaven veins merged, these resource points were not affected much. They were not affected much. I understand. This is Heaven Tao. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. He deeply understood the principle of balance in Heaven Tao. If my Heaven Tao attainment level could rise to master level, I would be able to resolve my current predicament. I would be able to continue developing the sovereign immortal aperture. It is a pity, a pity. In history, there had never been anyone who cultivated Heaven Tao, even limitless demon Venerable who created unrestrained heavenly mark cultivated rule path. As for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Earth Path. Fang Yuan was likely to be the Gu cultivator who had the deepest understanding of Heaven Tao. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to check his luck. He saw that on the silver-white light pillar, there were still 3 different colored clouds. They were all getting bigger. Meanwhile, the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan had expanded by more than 4 times. Originally, it looked thin and long, but now, it was emitting a thick feeling. This was because he had just annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord all had luck. After Fang Yuan slaughtered them and annexed many Grotto Heavens, his luck was greatly expended. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover even more. According to the increase in luck, Fang Yuan was clearly superior. It seems that my strategy of resting was correct. My development has far surpassed the 3 venerables during this period of time. But, Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely realized that even though his silver-white light pillar expanded by more than 4 times, it was not as condensed as before. It was very loose. The silver-white light was also not as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar expanded so much is because I annexed many Grotto Heavens. My foundation rose sharply again and again. Other than that, I created and modified many compound killer moves. My Time Path clone also refined many rank 8 immortal goo. But these things are only quantitative. There is no qualitative change. They are very loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is very unstable. The resources have not fused together yet. I only used my methods to forcefully put them together. If I am not careful, it will lead to a disaster and huge losses, causing my luck to fall. And even though I have more rank 8 immortal goo and compound killer moves, I do not have a combat system to organize them. I am unable to form a cohesive whole. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan felt the beauty of luck path cultivation again. Through luck inspection, he could not only understand his current situation, he could also find out his flaws and weaknesses. Next, he had a direction to cultivate. Fang Yuan looked at the luck of his clones. Qixi Ancestor, Zhan Budu, Mengqiu Zhan, and the rest luck rose slightly. Their connection with Fang Dicheng also became clearer. But Wu Shuai's Ant Dragon luck was in a disorganized state. It was showing signs of breaking apart. What is going on? Don't tell me, after creating lingering poisonous ant plague, there is a negative change? Fang Yuan quickly denied this guess. He was very puzzled. Among the doppelgangers, Wu Shuai's situation was the most stable. Qixi Ancestor's identity was exposed. Meng Qiuzhen explored dream realms. They were filled with danger and fortuitous encounters. Zhan Budu had already been arranged by Fang Yuan to hide in a foreign land. Li Xiaobai was only a mortal goo master. He had no choice. The Time Path clone was using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal goo. But he only had rank 6 cultivation level. If there was a mishap, he would die from the backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was actively looking for a way to grow stronger, he was mainly in charge of the Variant Human Alliance's governance. How could there be danger? And this danger was a huge danger that could cost him his life. Central Continent. Deep in a cave, an elderly goo immortal with a brandy nose laughed loudly. I am finally here. My days of sleepless nights were not in vain. In front of him was a goo immortal rank 8 true inheritance. The sleeping will woke up. He looked at the elderly goo immortal. Future person, if you want to accept our true inheritance, You have to agree to a condition. What condition? The elderly Gu immortal squinted as he asked. Chapter 21-28. The elderly Gu immortal's eyelids twitched. He had already guessed it. He said, "So Senior is green and ascetic. Senior's wife must be Senior Wine Fairy?" The Gu immortal will nodded. Indeed. The elderly Gu immortal let out a breath of air. To speak the truth, this junior is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Zui Xianwang. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since the two of you passed away. The Gu immortal will was slightly dazed, sighing. So many years have passed, back then. To prevent that traitorous disciple from plundering us, we hid our inheritance in an extremely secretive manner. To think that it backfired on us, that traitorous disciple is already dead, right? After pausing for a moment, the Gu immortal will thought of something and said, "Wait, Zui Xianwang, put down your defensive method and let me detect your lie. How do I know that you're not a subordinate of my evil disciple and that you're here to deceive me?" Zui Xianwang hesitated for a moment, but he still restrained his thoughts of directly taking action because he did not have any confidence in the arrangements here. He told the truth. "I'm not sure if Marshal Wu is dead or not. It's like this." Zui Xianwang quickly explained the current situation. Green Ant Ascetic's consciousness was stunned again and again. How did the world become like this? Was this still the Celestial Court? Fate Gu was actually destroyed. Guyue Fong Yuan. It was hard to imagine that such a great devil had actually appeared in the world. It was truly a misfortune for the common people. Green Ant Ascetics will took a long time to accept this reality. I didn't expect a world with more than 1,000,000 people to become like this. Fate Immortal Gu was destroyed. Duke Long also lost. Whether that Wu Shui is the reincarnation of my traitorous disciple or a clone of Fong Yuan is no longer important. Since Fong Yuan inherited the Dragon Palace, he has to bear the consequences. Green Ant Ascetic was determined. Then, Zui Xianwang, are you willing to deal with Fong Yuan for this legacy? Green Ants will ask one last time. Zui Xianwang remained silent for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said, "Junior is willing." "All right, then let's set the contract first." Zui Xianwang swore an oath according to Green Ant's will. "Accept this inheritance. This inheritance contains the killer move Golden Goblet Drunken Wine that the two of us created with all our effort. The Golden Goblet sinks Green Ants, Drunken Dragon Chi disperses. The army ants were created by me, and they have a weakness that I have deeply hidden. That traitorous disciple of mine did not know about it at all. As long as I use this Golden Goblet Drunkenness killer move, the army ants will fall into chaos and devour their master. Most importantly, this killer move is a food path killer move. Ordinary people cannot guard against it." So Senior was already prepared. Bright light flashed in Zui Xianwang's eyes. "I cannot stay here for long, Senior. Please move your will into my immortal aperture. You can slowly tell me what you need to do." "All right." The green ants will flew into Zui Xianwang's immortal aperture. The latter received the inheritance and immediately left. Zui Xianwang only took a quick glance at the contents of the inheritance and could not help but feel delighted. This inheritance included Green Ant Ascetic's Enslavement Path True Inheritance, as well as Wine Fairy's Food Path True Inheritance. The Enslavement Path True Inheritance was not very valuable to Zui Xianwang, but the Yiju True Inheritance was priceless. My hard work was not in vain. I have finally repaid myself. Zui Xianwang's lips curled into a smile. But when he left this place and stepped into the outside world, his expression changed. A battlefield killer move had already been set up. It activated and enveloped Zui Xianwang. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang was shocked to find that the people surrounding him were Celestial Court Gu immortals. The leading female immortal had a tall nose bridge, thin lips and long eyes. She wore golden armor and had long legs. She wore a white cloak and had a noble aura that could not be offended. She was the current leader of Celestial Court. Luck Path Rank 8 Great Expert. Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xianwang's heart fell to rock bottom. Cold sweat poured out of his body. "I am going to die this time." A thought flashed in his mind. Zui Xianwang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to offer up my entire inheritance to make a contribution to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling laughed heartily, saying with a heroic spirit, "Green antiseptic and wine fairies' inheritances are good, but is my celestial court greedy? We have been the leader of the righteous path for over 3 million years, the #1 superforce in the world. Since you are fated with this inheritance, it is yours. If you are willing, sit down and have a cup of tea." Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air, taking out a cushion, a tea table, and a cup. Zui Xianwang braced himself and sat down. Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, but Zui Xianwang's heart was as cold as ice. His body was shivering as cold sweat accumulated. What kind of person was Qin Ding Ling? She actually treated an Eastern Ceylon cultivator like Zui Xianwang with such respect. She was so courteous. Her motive was definitely not small. "Please have a drink." Qin Ding Ling stretched out her hand and smiled. Zui Xianwang braced himself and took a sip before putting down the teacup, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked, "I wonder what Lady Qin Dingling wants." The smile at the corner of Qin Dingling's mouth widened. She slowly said, "Haven't you already guessed why I'm here? Zui Xianwang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic. Even though the demonic path is rising and righteous path is declining, it is only temporary. Looking at the millions of years of history, the righteous path has the upper hand most of the time. The demonic path can only survive in a corner. This is a special era. There will always be some monsters causing trouble. Don't be fooled by their arrogance. They are only the pioneers of the king. They are only paving the way for venerables." Zui Xianwang lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Dingling. He placed his hands on the tea table. He clenched his fists unconsciously. His fists were covered in sweat. "The situation is beyond my control. Even if Qin Dingling makes any excessive requests, I will have to agree to them." Zui Xianwang sighed in his heart. Qin Dingling took out evidence. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to the celestial court. She will restore the might of the celestial court. Zui Xianwang looked at the evidence and was shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive. Qin Dingling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed. It can naturally revive the dead. Demon Immortal Qiju is an example. He has already been suppressed by my celestial court. Even Demon Immortal Qiju can revive, not to mention a venerable. My celestial court has 3 venerables. Looking at the world, which super force can match us? Zui Xianwang was dumbfounded. His heart started to race. He had already decided to agree, but seeing the evidence of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart immediately tilted towards the celestial court. Even though Feng Yuan was strong, the #1 demon in the world, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a venerable. In the millions of years of human history, only 10 venerables had appeared. Each of them had proven their invincibility. Venerables were invincible. No matter how many pseudo-venerables there were, they could not match a venerable. And Celestial Court undoubtedly had the most venerables: Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, and Genesis Lotus. Other than them, the only other superforce that had venerables was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xianwang's expression gradually calmed down. "I am willing to work for Celestial Court," he said solemnly. "Let's sign the alliance agreement now." Qin Dingling waved her hand. "No need. What kind of person is that Feng Yuan? He can see through an ordinary alliance agreement. Moreover, you will need to join the Righteous Qi Alliance after returning to Eastern Sea." "Not sign the alliance agreement?" Zui Xianwang was slightly stunned. Qin Dingling continued. "Make a copy of the true inheritance for me. Celestial Court will try to prepare the corresponding immortal goo for you." Zui Xianwang was stunned again. He sighed internally. "Not signing the alliance agreement and giving me immortal goo?" Qin Dingling waved her hand again. "You can leave now. This subordinate will take his leave." Zui Xianwang left the battlefield killer move, feeling a little dazed. It was too unbelievable. He was free. But Zui Xianwang felt reverence. He started to revere Celestial Court from the bottom of his heart. This is the magnanimity of the #1 superforce in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not abide by the alliance agreement. Her attitude shows that she does not care about this inheritance at all. I am just a pawn to her. If I do not abide by this agreement in the future, even if Celestial Court cannot deal with Fang Yuan, can they not deal with me? Zhui Xianwang felt a chill in his heart. Looking at his departing figure, Fang Zheng could not help but ask, Lady Qin Dingling, are we letting him go just like that? If he joins Fang Yuan and betrays us, what will happen? Won't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Won't we give up on restraining Wu Shuai? Fang Jing seemed to be very familiar with the contents of the inheritance. It turned out that Celestial Court had already found out about this inheritance, but before taking it, Qin Dingling had an intuition. This intuition told her not to take the inheritance immediately. It would be better to wait for 3 days before taking it. Qin Dingling acted according to this intuition. 3 days later, she waited for Zhui Xianwang. She immediately understood the meaning of her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture and annexed grotto heavens. He also has Paradise Earth's inheritor and the variant human alliance's support. His progress is unfathomable. Making an alliance agreement with Zhui Xianwang will be a huge flaw. However, while Zhui Xianwang was drinking tea, I had already secretly taken action and used a method against his luck. This method will make him become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng was not persuaded. He insisted, even so, I think it is better to monopolize this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan in the future. Zhui Xianwang is only a lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling chuckled. You are underestimating Zhui Xianwang and also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zhui Xianwang is a person who knows when to submit and when to stand tall. He is a wise man. He controls one of the 3 pools in the world, Wine Pool, and is a food path expert. This inheritance of his has been passed down steadily. His luck is very deep. Food path is about to rise, and Zhui Xianwang cultivates food path. He is almost the representative of this path. This is no small matter. And this inheritance? Qin Dingling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not golden bottle drunken wine killer move, but that human path immortal goo recipe of the drunkard. Green anesthetic and wine fairy created this inheritance together. There was a human path immortal goo recipe. Drunkard goo. Chapter 21-29. Fang Jing blinked, understanding a little. Lord means that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shuai, it will only kill one of Fang Yuan's clone. It will not deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan Dragon Palace is destroyed now. Wu Shuai's greatest use has already been lost. As for Wine Man Immortal Goo recipe, it is the symbol of human path's prosperity. It is the future strategy of our celestial court. Qin Dingling patted Fang Jing's shoulder. You are worth teaching. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable has already been captured in Crazed Demon Cave. The most important thing now is to welcome her back. No matter how much of a commotion Fang Yuan makes, it will only last for a few days. I am not Fang Yuan's match. Celestial Court cannot afford to lose again. Thus, I have been putting up with Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, we need to use all our strength to fight in Crazed Demon Cave. It will not be easy to bring back the Star Venerable. We need to conserve our strength and focus on this. As long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable enters Celestial Court again, even if there are 10 more Fang Yuans, they will not be able to do anything. Yes, Lord is right. Towards Qin Dingling's strategy, Fang Zheng did not refute it, nor did he have any doubts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. History had already proven her contributions. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, she stabilized the gains of humanity. She also carried on and expanded the cause of humanity's rise from Central Continent to the other 4 regions. Before her death, she schemed against the 3 Demon Venerables. When the 3 Venerables attacked Celestial Court, she protected Celestial Court. She had made great contributions. Fang Jing sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. The current Celestial Court is also not your match, but there will always be someone who can deal with you. Since ancient times, righteousness has always prevailed. If star constellation Immortal Venerable wants to deal with you, can you resist? You are finished. Although I understand you, I do not sympathize with you. You deserve it. The crimes you've committed are too numerous to list. Fang Yuan checked the inheritance in his hands. His speed of reading was extremely fast. With Meng Qiuzhan's help in exploring dream realms, his attainment levels of all paths increased at an astonishing rate. In Fang Yuan's eyes, the various legacies that relied on these realms were mostly superficial. Occasionally, there would be some that would make his eyes light up. These inheritances mainly came from Qi-Si Ancestor and the Variant Human Alliance. Because of the Qi Tide, the inheritances that were exposed in East Sea were basically all gathered into Fang Yuan's hands. Of course, there were bound to be some peak inheritances that the inheritors had hidden away, not handing them over. Fang Yuan didn't mind. At this point, most of the inheritances in the world were worthless to him. His realm was profound, and he only needed a few breaths to create a superior inheritance. These inheritances were just a small supplement to enrich his theory and knowledge base. Jewel Yellow Skies also has inheritance transactions. This is truly rare. Fang Yuan suddenly thought he could trade most of the inheritances he had. The main purpose of the transactions was not to obtain anything, but to let others obtain suitable inheritances to help them cultivate. Because this was beneficial to Fang Yuan's venerable ascension. Among the 4 conditions to become venerable, one was to break through the Heavenly Tao blockade. The Heavenly Tao emphasized balance. It had always been suppressing Gu immortals and venerables. The more these inheritances spread, the stronger the cultivators, the more effort the Heavenly Tao would have to put in to balance them. This way, when Fang Yuan breaks through to venerable in the future, the Heavenly Tao's blockade would weaken him. Throughout history, there was no lack of proof of this point. The eras of the 10 venerables were filled with countless geniuses. Heroes emerged one after another. There were countless heroes in the sky. Breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade, other than Luck Path, there is also Human Path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of Human Path. If I can obtain the Human Path essence inside, it will be of great help to me. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. At the entrance of the city's market, a crowd was gathered, watching the performance at the center of the empty space. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body wore beast skin. He held a leather whip in his hand and continuously swung it. The whip lashed in the air, making cracking sounds, and below the whip was a leopard. It kept crouching and jumping along with the sound of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly put away the whip. He stretched his head into the leopard's wide-open mouth. The leopard opened its mouth. Its sharp teeth were only millimeters away from the middle-aged man's head. The crowd gasped in shock. But the leopard did not bite. The middle-aged man waited patiently for a while before slowly retracting his head. Immediately, thunderous applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze gong from his back. He walked around the crowd with the back facing up. He walked quickly, holding the bronze gong in his hand as he shouted, "Fellow villagers, if you have money, please support me. If you don't have money, please support me. Haha, if you think it is interesting, please reward me a bit more." The middle-aged man's spectacular performance had won everyone's favor. At once, a large number of yuan stones were thrown out, landing on the bronze gong and producing crisp sounds. Not far away, at the upper floor of the tea house, the Human Path Great Expert, Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal Shen Shang, watched in shock. "This is the reason why I invited you here." Fang Dichang sat in front of Shen Shang, drinking tea as he spoke. Shen Shang finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing," he praised endlessly. "So this divine Emperor City painting world is so amazing." The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never appeared in the painting world before. But when the 10 children of Human Path led a large group to explore Growling Beast Painting World and returned in defeat, during the process of recuperating, this profession appeared. And in the market, other than the original Hero Gu, Scholar Gu, Soldier Gu, and Craftsman Gu, another type of Gu was added, Beast Tamer Gu. Once Beast Tamer Gu was activated, it could turn into a Beast Tamer. Beast Tamers were the best at restraining wild beasts. They were most skilled at taming wild beasts and using them for their own use. Evidently, this new beast tamer goo was created specifically for growling beast painting world. Who created this new goo worm? Xinshang asked. Fang Dichang shook his head. Beast tamer goo appeared naturally like this. I tried my best to investigate but did not find any target. Xinshang nodded. You are in charge of Beggar Sect? It is already the strongest intelligence-gathering organization. Maybe it is not someone, but this painting world is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Fang Dichang breathed in human will goo, replenishing himself. Now that Beast Tamer goo has appeared, growling beast painting world will be at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time before it is broken. The most terrifying aspect of human path is probably here. I underestimated this path. Xinshang rubbed the cup with his fingers as he concluded. Now it seems that there are 3 types of human path goo worms. The first type are occupational goo, like craftsman goo, hero goo, and beast tamer goo. The second type are organizational position goo, like your beggar sect goo and elder goo. And the third type are human emotion and human grade goo, like traveling sun goo and doting mother goo. Human emotion and human grade goo? It seems that Brother Shun has made some gratifying gains in your cultivation recently. The classification is very appropriate. Fang Dichang congratulated. Xinshang waved his hand. I am ashamed. I only did some sorting. Traveling sun goo and doting mother goo were once considered to be emotion path goo, but their essence was closer to human path. This situation was very common in the course of history. The essence of goo worms was gradually revealed according to the development of the path. The painting world is truly the sacred land of human path. I am starting to look forward to it. When the 10 children of human path leave this place and bring human path to the goo immortal world of the 5 regions, who knows how much of a commotion and shock it will cause. Many goo worms will be classified as human path, Xinshang said leisurely. I believe that there will definitely be many human path goo worms left in a corner that will be rediscovered by the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had truly made great contributions. Before him, human path was like the leaves on the tree crown. They were only related to individual goo cultivators. But the painting world that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created was to support and nurture the roots and trunk of the tree that was human path. Human path was no longer a castle in the air. It was a complete system. It had the most basic roots, the sturdiest trunk, and the flourishing branches and leaves. Fang Dichang was silent, feeling increasingly worried. Although he had not fully understood the profundities of Divine Emperor City and the painting world, there was one point that he was certain of. That was that human path was bound to prosper, and the Celestial Court was already focusing on developing this path. I am afraid that developing human path has already become the Celestial Court's strategy. This path is not simple. Where should my main body go? He might not know yet, but I am only a lump of will that is struggling at death's door. How should I inform my main body of this crucial information? Once Fate Goo was destroyed, anything could happen. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already revived. The prophecy of 3 venerables of the past was no longer valid. Dream Path, Human Path, and Food Path all had the possibility of prospering. Dream Path was the prophecy of the 3 venerables. It was originally the orthodox path of fate. It was destined to prosper and even rule over an era. In the past, Human Path was a domain that only venerables and individual great experts could enter. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable filled in the foundation and trunk, Human Path was already extremely suitable for cultivation. The Celestial Court had Divine Emperor City. They had this huge advantage. As for Food Path, this path had been created since the Olden Antiquity era, but it had not been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it was finally showing signs of prosperity. The world was already in chaos because of Feng Yuan. Those who should die had to revive. Those who should not prosper were rising up. Future? Fang Dichang shook his head inwardly. The future was too complicated and chaotic. He could not see it clearly. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Hei Lulan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Chapter 2130. Hei Lulan opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision became clear. She soon found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed was a large leather tent. At the center of the tent, there was a metal frame supporting a large cauldron. The cauldron was gurgling, as if it was boiling soup. At the bottom of the cauldron, a red rat was breathing fire. You're awake? The tent flap was suddenly pulled open. A person walked in. This was a middle-aged woman. She was dressed very simply. She wore a leather skirt that exposed her arms, stomach, and most of her chest. There was a blue phoenix tattoo on her chest and back. It was not only lifelike, but also emitted a faint blue light. Hei Lulan struggled to sit up. During this process, she found that her clothing had completely changed. It was the same style as the middle-aged woman in front of her, rough and wild. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan. You are now in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman walked towards Hei Lulan and smiled. Hei Lulan was completely awake. Longevity Heaven had 8 extremities. They were ranked by Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Universe, and Desolate. Black extremity was Sunming Lu. He cultivated Formation Path. The woman in front of her was Desolate Extremity. She had been hiding in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. What should I do, Lord Lu? Hei Lulan asked. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only told her to listen to Desolate Extremity's arrangements after coming here. Lu Tonglan smiled. Here, you can call me Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader. Your current identity is that of my illegitimate daughter. You are a descendant of my bloodline that I left behind in the outside world. Recently, when the tribe was migrating, I found you by chance and brought you back. There are countless tribes in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. They live together with beasts. It is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes will gather and hold the Myriad Race ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. All right, you are going to drink the soup now. Lu Tonglan scooped a big bowl of hot soup from the pot and handed it to Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan sat on the edge of the bed and picked up a hot iron bowl. A rich aroma of food wafted into her nostrils. She was also hungry, so she immediately opened her mouth and took a sip. When the hot soup entered his mouth, it tasted strange and spicy. It was not tasty at all. Cough, cough, cough. Hei Lulan was caught off guard and almost vomited. Lu Tonglan's expression was solemn. Drink it. This soup is very important to you. You have to drink every drop in the pot. Drink up. Hei Lulan knew that this was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arrangement. She frowned as she drank one bowl, then another. When she drank the third bowl, she could not help it. Her abdomen was swollen and painful. Lu Tonglan, who had been watching over her, nodded and said, Stop for a while. Your body is at its limit. Hei Lulan started to have diarrhea, a very serious diarrhea that almost caused her to collapse. But Lu Tonglan did not let her go. Even as Hei Lulan lay weakly on the stone bed, Lu Tonglan carried the big bowl and poured all the hot soup in the iron pot into her mouth. Hei Lulan drank while having diarrhea. It was extremely painful. What is the use of drinking this soup? Hei Lulan asked. Lu Tonglan said, Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is different from the 5 regions. Those who can survive here can eat a lot. This pot of soup is specially prepared by me to stimulate my appetite. The process of your diarrhea is the process of your body adapting to this place. Don't be fooled by the severity of your diarrhea at the start. It will become lighter and lighter. In at most 3 days, you will be back to normal and will feel extremely hungry. Hei Lulan lay on the stone bed for 2 days and 2 nights before she recovered enough strength to get off the bed and walk around. On the 3rd day, just like Lu Tonglan said, she recovered all her strength. Her diarrhea disappeared and her appetite increased. Her stomach had been growling since morning. Lu Tonglan started to cook soup for Hei Lulan. This is meat soup. It is different from before. Lu Tonglan said as she took out 5 to 6 mice and threw them into the pot. The mice struggled in the pot, squeaking. Lu Tonglan's expression did not change. She took out a few colorful venomous snakes and threw them into the pot. The venomous snakes and mice melted in the soup. They looked like colorful mud that covered the surface of the water. Lu Tonglan took out a few black rocks that looked like charcoal and threw them into the pot as well. Hei Lulan's eyelids were twitching at first, but she soon realized something. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, are you refining goo? He Lulan asked curiously. She could see that when Lu Tonglan was cooking the soup, she was using many refinement path methods. Lu Tonglan continued to cook the soup as she turned around and smiled. Hey Lulan, you have a good eye. Look, this pot of snake and rat soup is ready. Hey Lulan was stunned. She saw that Lu Tonglan had stopped cooking the soup. The goo refinement failed? It is a pity. Hey Lulan was stunned. The snakes and rats I used earlier were ancient desolate beasts. Lu Tonglan shook her head. I said, I am cooking soup, not refining goo. The broth of snakes and rats is perfectly cooked. You must drink it all. Ah, He Lulan was stunned again. Lu Tonglan scooped a bowl of soup and gave it to He Lulan. He Lulan took a sip and frowned. This soup was 10 times worse than the diarrhea soup from before. She had only taken a small sip, but her tongue was already numb, and half of her throat was already numb. When she drank all of the soup, her entire body swelled up, her skin and flesh swelled up. The hairs on her skin started to grow rapidly. These hairs grew rapidly. After several minutes, He Lulan's hairs filled the entire tent. These hairs were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black, all sorts of colors, some more, some less. Lu Tonglan inspected these hairs. She even counted the number of hairs. Next, with a thought, the blue phoenix tattoo on her chest floated into the air. It breathed out a lump of blue fire. The blue fire burned the hairs almost instantly. All of He Lulan's hairs were burned away. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was shocked. She asked, "What method is this? It is so mystical. It did not harm me at all." Lu Tonglan smiled. "This is my blue phoenix totem. In myriad beast fusion color heaven, totems are the main cultivation path. Even though we use goo worms, totems are the symbol of our strength and status." He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. "If I am not wrong, this totem is extraordinary. Every pattern and line on the totem is a Tao mark. Thus, this totem is a killer move in essence. There is actually such a mystical method in this world. Does everyone cultivate totems here?" Ha ha ha. Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. "Hey Lulan, you are indeed a genius favored by Master. You saw through the essence of the totem at once." That's right. We goo cultivators' killer moves are formed by using goo worms or goo materials. Goo worms are fragments of the great Tao, while goo materials are the accumulation of Tao marks. The totems here are the same. But the cultivation method relies on the help of goo worms. We still rely on our own consumption and digestion. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is the immortal aperture of reckless savage demon Venerable. This demon Venerable planted his immortal aperture in the gluttonous demon frog's body, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary immemorial beast. It had an unimaginable number of food path Tao marks. With the influence of food path Tao marks, in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, humans could devour goo materials to increase their Tao marks. Next, they could use the goo worms here to construct their own totems. He Lulan guessed correctly. The totem was a special killer move. Normally, it would be attached to the surface of the goo cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was injected, it would turn solid and fly to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Normal killer moves needed to use goo worms and expend thoughts to activate on the spot. But as long as the totem is constructed properly, it saves time, effort, and effort. In the outside world of the 5 regions, even though there are fixed killer moves like goo houses, but totems can be continuously perfected and increased. Powerful immortal goo houses have little room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. He Lulan, however, frowned. "I have the great strength true martial physique. I cultivate strength path, but this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move?" Lu Tonglan smiled as she shook her head. "That is not the case. The other advantage of totem killer moves is that they are suitable for all goo cultivation paths. For example, I cultivate fire path by devouring all kinds of food. I used goo worms to create the blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move. It is very compatible with me." But you cultivate strength path, you can have a totem that belongs to strength path. Hei Lulan cupped her fists as she said solemnly, Senior, please enlighten me. Sure. Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. The snake and rat nest soup that I gave you earlier was to identify your physique and know what ingredients you are suited to eat. Which ingredients are the best for you to absorb and have the best nutrition. As for your totem, that is something that belongs to you. What it looks like depends on your situation. There were countless types of totems. Even if they were similar in shape, they would be different depending on the person. Lu Tonglan reminded, Hey Lulan, you need to make use of every minute and second to nurture your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. After Hei Lulan understood all the reasons, he wholeheartedly cultivated this method. Every time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it with all her strength, using this food path environment to absorb the external Dao marks. Lu Tonglan only cooked soup at first, but gradually, she added meat and vegetables before adding grains. All of these foods had one similarity: they tasted terrible. Chapter 21:31. Hei Lulan sat on the stone bed, cultivating. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. She lowered her head and saw that there was a totem on her chest. The totem was very simple. There were only a few strokes, but the lines were powerful. With just a few strokes, it depicted a black cat. The black cat was young and naive. Its tail was raised as it squatted down. Its front paws were on the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me a complete set of goo worms. Using these goo worms, my totem killer move's first form has already formed. Hei Lulan calculated the time in her mind. From the time she came here to the time she cultivated the totem's first form, 30 days had passed. In these 30 days, Hei Lulan did not leave the house. Other than eating, drinking, and going to the toilet, she was cultivating. She did not relax for even a moment. She was extremely hardworking. Suddenly, there were sounds of argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you are too much. That's right. These last days, how many ingredients have you used in the tribe's storage just for your illegitimate daughter? At the start, you used the ancient, desolate beast single-horned deer's meat to make soup for your daughter. Then, you cooked a snake and rat soup, using ancient, desolate beast snakes and rats, just to find the most accurate recipe. Over the next few days, you almost emptied our tribe's storage. The ingredients you used were at least desolate beast level. We elected you as the tribe leader, but you are using favoritism. You have let down the tribe's expectations. Hei Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. It seemed like the elders of the tribe were raising an uproar to question the chief, Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have used a lot of immortal materials these last few days. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation? Hei Lulan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice could be heard. Elders, don't be angry. The reason why I'm doing this is also for the sake of our tribe. Alan, come out. Hei Lulan heard this and walked out of the tent that she had been in for a month, making her first appearance. This was a valley with lush greenery. Not far away was a river. It was surrounded by tents of all sizes, forming a tribal gathering place. Hei Lulan's tent was located in the center of the colony, the safest place. At the same time, this tent was also the largest one. In the open space in front of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were dressed in beast skin, exposing most of their bodies. Most of them were elderly. They were Gua mortals. What attracted Hei Lulan the most were the various totems on their bodies. Lan, come here, Lu Tonglan called out. Hei Lulan remained silent and walked to Lu Tonglan's side. The eyes of the tribal elders were all focused on Hei Lulan. No, to be more precise, it was focused on her chest. The expressions of the elders began to change. Some people found it hard to believe, while others began to get excited. This is... Are my old eyes failing me? Who can tell me if this is the Yudu Power Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. That's right. This is the Yudu Power Tiger Totem. All the elders were silent. They were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. Lu Tonglan continued, I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Yudu Power Tiger Totem, You should know that she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Yudu power tiger totem. The elders were in an uproar. Lu Tonglan waited quietly until the voices of the elders quieted down. Then, she continued, "Now, do you still think that I'm playing favorites for my own benefit?" "Of course not." An elder shook his head. He had a firm attitude. "This is the sacred physique. She can directly advance in the myriad tribe's ceremony and challenge predicaments." An elder stared at He Lulan with a heated gaze. "As long as the sacred physique survives the myriad tribe's ceremony, our entire tribe will receive preferential treatment and become one of the candidates of the sacred race." An elder was already looking forward to the bright future. "Sacred physique? Are you talking about my great strength true martial physique?" He Lulan's heart calmed down. She knew that the entire situation was still under Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up. "Why can we only be candidates and not directly become the sacred race?" The elders' expressions froze before they shook their heads. "Tribe leader, you can't be so impatient. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the final victor of the myriad tribe's ceremony, her cultivation level is still not enough. We need to be patient. As long as she grows to rank 8 in the future, there will be no challenge. According to tradition, she will be the sacred king. As long as we protect her and nurture her, we will become the sacred race. Why take the risk?" Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. "Elders are right, I was too impatient. But undeniably, the stronger Alan is, the higher her ranking in the myriad tribe's ceremony, the greater the benefits our tribe will obtain, right?" The elders nodded. "Of course." Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed. "So from now on, please help Alan to raise her totem. The more benefits she obtains, the more benefits our tribe will obtain." The elders reacted. Some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and laughed. So everything was within Blue Phoenix tribe leader's plan. Under Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangements, the first time He Lulan appeared, she was accepted by the entire tribe. He Lulan also understood one of the reasons why immortal zombie giant Sun sent her here and valued her so much. It turned out that the great strength true martial physique was so popular in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Afterwards, He Lulan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered a sacred physique here and was treated so well. Lu Tonglan told her, "According to the rumors here, reckless savage demon Venerable has the great strength true martial physique. I cannot confirm whether this rumor is true or not." This rumor was not important. He Lulan quickly threw it to the back of her mind. She continued to cultivate her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe's elders also contributed generously. He Lulan's totem quickly grew from a small cat to the size of a black panther. At this point, the support of the elders also began to weaken. During this process, a huge amount of immortal materials were consumed. But what made He Lulan extremely gratified was that when the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was activated, it was extremely powerful, far surpassing all of her previous methods. The Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem directly became her strongest killer move. But this is not enough. After a round of cultivation, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan said honestly, "Since Master sent you here, I will definitely nurture you with all my strength. I will not let Master down." Those elders did not use up all their resources. "I do not have many resources left. But it is not a problem. In a few days, the situation will change." The elders had descendants too. Even though He Lulan had the sacred physique, she was still a descendant of the tribe leader. The elders would not use up all their resources for He Lulan. This was normal. A few days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy, Fireblend tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader regrouped and led her troops to retaliate. Fireblend tribe was caught off guard. They were forced out of the valley. Blue Phoenix tribe regained control of their settlement. Fireblend tribe was not satisfied. They set up camp outside the valley, facing off against Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity. Late at night, Lu Tonglan brought He Lulan and secretly left the settlement. They met with Fireblend tribe leader in a cave at the edge of the valley. Fireblend tribe leader saw the shocked He Lulan and explained with a smile, I am Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua. It turned out that this was just a show between Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua. Jiao Hua took out a large number of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tonglan. These are all the goo materials that I can gather for He Lulan. Other than that, there is also this. Jiao Hua had a strange expression as he took out many corpses. These were the corpses of Fireblend tribe's goo immortal elders who died in battle. Lu Tonglan also took out several corpses. These were the members of Blue Phoenix tribe who died in battle. In front of He Lulan, Jiao Hua started to cut the meat, while Lu Tonglan started to heat up the pot. He Lulan was shocked. You want me to eat humans? Jiao Hua cut the human meat as he chuckled. You don't need to treat them as humans, just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when a goo immortal dies, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their Dao marks will return to their immortal apertures. But the goo cultivators here are different. Before their immortal apertures return to the ground, they are digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven. The totem killer moves on their bodies are the Dao mark engravings. They have already become the most valuable parts. Saying so, Jiao Hua picked a few pieces from the pile of minced meat and threw them into the pot. Lu Tonglan stirred the meat soup as she said, Hey Lulan, there are not many pieces of meat that are suitable for you. But because they are all humans, they are easier for you to absorb. It will be a huge help to your totem's growth. He Lulan's expression was pale. Even her tone changed. Is it common to eat humans in the whole of myriad beast fusion color heaven? Lu Tonglan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she replied plainly, Of course not. Even though eating humans can help your totem grow, it is still a demonic path practice. Tribes that openly eat humans are all demonic path tribes. They are boycotted. That's why we brought you here in secret to cover our tracks. You have a sacred body. If a sacred body is found to be eating humans, your status will be gone. But there is no helping it. Time is limited. To nurture you to the limit, eating humans is the best way. It's done. Eat it. Lu Tonglan handed over the soup. He Lulan received it with a numb expression. The human meat soup was far more delicious than all the other ingredients. But He Lulan only drank one mouthful before vomiting. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua looked at her quietly. He Lulan vomited until she vomited. She looked at the two and asked, Have you eaten human meat before? Lu Tonglan shook her head, but Jiao Hua nodded. The latter said, I was the first to come here. After some time, I was found out to be an outsider and was surrounded. I ran out of food and ammunition. I was in a desperate situation. Only by eating humans could my totem killer moves advance rapidly. Because of this, I managed to survive and conceal my identity, becoming the current Horong tribe leader. Lu Tonglan urged calmly, Hey Lulan, you can choose not to eat. We will not force you to do anything. We will only do our best to complete Master's orders. I have never eaten human meat before. I can understand why you can't eat it. This is just a method to become stronger. You can also eat other food to make your totem grow, but it will take more time. More time? He Lulan's ears twitched. She smiled bitterly, muttering to herself, I am already far from him, like heaven and earth. If I don't treasure time, how can I surpass him? Human meat, if it was him, would he eat it? The answer was obvious. I'll eat it. He Lulan came to the pot with a solemn expression. She drank the soup and ate the meat. Lu Tonglan's expression changed. Jiao Hua nodded. Chapter 2132. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad tribes were gathered at Moonfield Slope. The Myriad Tribe ceremony is held here? He Lulan looked at the barren land in front of her, saying in a disappointed tone, Every Myriad race ceremony was held at Tianyue Plateau. But to He Lulan, this place was barren and barren. There was yellow soil everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing here. When the wind blew, it lifted up the sand, causing smoke and dust to billow. Myriad Tribe ceremony is different from the Thousand Tribes ceremony. It is a grand ceremony that involves the whole of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. It is held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time here. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, who was also one of the 8 extremities, replied. Behind them were Blue Phoenix Tribe's members. Because half a year ago, Blue Phoenix Tribe fought with Fireblend Tribe. Blue Phoenix Tribe lost many Gua mortals and elders. But because of this, Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader gained more control over the tribe. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, Sacred Child? This is the Sacred Child? Ha ha ha, I heard that Blue Phoenix Tribe is a sacred child. I am so envious. Deep into Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met many familiar people. These people were either well-known experts, clan leaders, elders, or the like, all of them of high status and authority. He Lolan's reputation also spread. After all, the sacred child's identity was too eye-catching. Humph. A cold snort could be heard. Fireblend Tribe's leader, Jiaohua, had an angry expression as he stared at Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader and He Lulan. Beside him, there were also a group of clan leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix Tribe's leader, you came too late. Are you afraid? Jiaohua asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retorted, smiling coldly, even if I am afraid, I will not be afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Tribe leaders, the Myriad Tribe ceremony is about to begin. Whoever attacks will be the enemy of the Myriad Tribes and will be sacrificed. An elder of a large tribe saw that the situation was bad and hurried over. Next, this elder said to Jiaohua, Fireblend Tribe leader, why are you still here? Our patriarch has already held a banquet. You can't be late. Jiaohua snorted coldly and threatened Lu Tonglan. I'll let you go for now. After saying that, he turned around and led the people around him away. Chief Warong, this guy. Only after he left did the chiefs close to Lu Tonglan speak up. Blue Phoenix clan leader, Firemelt clan leader lost to you half a year ago and lost a lot of his strength. But you can't be careless. He has already attached himself to the Yellowbell tribe. Yellowbell tribe is a super tribe. Not only is the tribe leader, but even the first elder has rank 8 cultivation level. In just a few words, these experts told him all the information about the Firemelt patriarch. He Lulan listened quietly, gaining a better understanding of the situation in the Myriad Beast Fusion color heaven. The situation here is actually no different from the 5 regions. It's still the weak relying on the strong. Lu Tonglan and Jiaohua were 2 of the 8 extremities. Even though they were cultivating here and using totem killer moves, they were experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the true peak forces are still existences like the Yellowbell tribe. It seems that Jiaohua's plan succeeded. He used the weakness of the tribe as an excuse to get close to the Yellowbell tribe. Who could have known that the 2 of them were sworn enemies on the surface but in fact, the closest allies? He Lulan felt admiration towards these 2's methods. Several days later, the Myriad Tribe's ceremony began. Great God Reckless Barbarian, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps. Great God Reckless Savage, the Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 baby lions. Great God Reckless Savage, Yellowbell Tribe offers a group of vast heaven sparrows, 10-eye dazzling vines, and an outsider. All the tribes took turns to slaughter and offer up their offerings on the large open space in the center. Some tribes were weak, they could only offer desolate beasts. Some tribes were not as strong as Blue Phoenix Tribe, they could offer ancient desolate beasts. And the strongest forces like Yellowbell Tribe offered large numbers of ancient desolate beasts, desolate plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and killed in front of everyone. These outsiders were all Gua mortals. They had rank 7 cultivation level at least. The outsiders that Yellowbell Tribe killed even had rank 8 cultivation level. If these things were used as ingredients for me to eat, my totem would grow even more. He Lulan felt that it was a great pity. Be it the corpses of desolate beasts or Gua mortals, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like wax and seep into the soil. The entire ground was like a silent giant beast, silently devouring all the offerings. This Moonfield Slope is hiding a huge secret. It is not as simple as it looks on the surface, He Lulan thought. She watched as these offerings seeped into the yellow soil. After a while, the blood-stained ground returned to its original yellow color. The offerings of outsiders, regardless of their cultivation level, would attract the cheers of all the tribes. The cheers were like tsunamis. It was shocking. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. had existed for so many years, there were naturally rumors about it. Immortal zombie giant son had a way to send people in. So did others. Good kill, good kill. These otherworldly demons deserve to die. History records that every time the myriad tribe's ceremony is near, these otherworldly demons will appear. We should kill all of these outsiders. They actually dared to invade our world. Hei Lulan heard the conversations of the surrounding people as a peculiar feeling emerged in her heart. The natives of myriad beast fusion color heaven treated this grotto heaven as a large world. They treated all the outsiders as otherworldly demons. They had no idea that the outside world was even bigger. This made Hei Lulan involuntarily think of the marketplace in the legends of Ranzu and the small people living in the marketplace. The offering lasted for a day, other than the super forces that could publicly offer offerings at the central empty space. The other tribes could only offer offerings in their own territory. On the night of the sacrificial ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Cowhide drums were beaten loudly, thousands of bonfires burned. Countless people dressed in beast skins and feathered ornaments surrounded the bonfires, laughing, singing, and dancing enthusiastically. Many men and women looked at each other. They held hands and left the bonfires. They went to their own tents, listening to the laughter and noise outside. They engaged in the most passionate and wanton entanglement on their beds. Of course, some people came to find Hei Lulan. This is the myriad tribe's ceremony, the most sacred moment. Lord Sacred Child, we are a match made in heaven. We will give birth to the most outstanding offspring. A tribe leader's son brought a large amount of immortal materials to find Hei Lulan. This youngster's tribe was a super tribe. It had the same status as Yellowbell tribe. His father was the tribe leader. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while he himself had rank 6 cultivation level. Hei Lulan's expression was ugly. She rejected him directly. The youngster smiled instead. Great. I did not want to get close to you. You are too ugly. But my father ordered me forcefully. I had no choice but to obey. I hope we never meet again. Other than the youngster, an old rank 8 expert also came to find her. He brought a large amount of extremely valuable immortal materials. With these immortal materials, Sacred Child, your totem will be able to reach great completion immediately. The old rank 8 Gu immortal said, even though you are ugly, I am old and have no children. We can cooperate and take what we need. Hei Lulan had a cold expression. She rejected him as well. Before the old rank 8 Gu immortal left, he shook his head and sighed. Sacred Child, you are still too young. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get it again in the future. Not everyone can accept your ugly appearance. Only people like me are indifferent and can ignore the opinions of the world. Hei Lulan almost scolded him to get lost. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, she was still a great beauty in all fairness. Her parents were both beautiful. She had inherited her beauty. She could be called a fairy of northern plains. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, the concept of beauty was very different from the 5 regions. The natives here valued muscles as beauty. Their skin could not be white and tender. It had to be dark and rough. The stronger they looked, the better it was. In this place, Hei Lulan could be said to be an ugly woman that was rarely seen in 100 years. Many people who saw Hei Lulan for the first time sighed in private. No wonder Blue Phoenix tribe leader abandoned this daughter back then. She was too ugly. But even though she was ugly, she had a sacred body. Heaven was really fair to her. On this night, Hei Lulan was harassed many times. She finally endured until daybreak. The myriad races' grand competition began. There was an empty space in front of every tribe's entrance. This was the location of the competition. I, Blue Phoenix tribe leader, challenged Stardust tribe leader with a divine peacock feather. Lu Tonglan brought Hei Lulan to the entrance of Stardust tribe. She was challenging because of Hei Lulan. It seems that Blue Phoenix tribe leader is here for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon. Stardust tribe leader smiled bitterly as he walked into the empty space. In the myriad races ceremony, one could not reject a challenge. Please. Lu Tonglan instilled immortal essence. The blue phoenix totem on her body shone brightly and turned into a solid form, charging towards Stardust tribe leader. Stardust tribe leader gritted his teeth and shouted. The totem on his body rushed into the sky. It was a single-horned goat. The single-horned goat charged towards the blue phoenix, causing stardust to fill the sky. The blue phoenix dodged and let out a soft cry, spitting out bright blue flames. The blue flames were extremely hot. The single-horned goat was engulfed by the flames. It tried to break out several times. But every time the single-horned goat totem tried to break out, it was repelled by the blue phoenix in time. Lu Tonglan's totem is clearly stronger, but the main reason for this is the difference in combat between the two tribe leaders. He Lulan watched the battle from the side and understood. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader, Sai, I admit defeat. Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to conserve his strength. The Myriad Races ceremony had just begun. If he was heavily injured, he would not be able to fight anymore. More people would challenge him, and he would lose more immortal materials. Lu Tonglan decisively stopped. Stardust tribe leader immediately arranged for the 5 Emperor Eel's white thread tendon to be delivered. Both sides stopped. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a message to Blue Phoenix tribe. If it's just a small matter, Blue Phoenix tribe will definitely help, Lu Tonglan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression relaxed. Chapter 21:33. With desolate extremity Lu Tonglan's help, He Lulan gathered a large number of immortal materials and devoured them. After digesting them, her totem was finally completed. Very good, your Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem is completely formed. With just this move, you are definitely a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tonglan was very pleased. Next, if you're interested, you can try it out. The Myriad Tribe ceremony had already entered a very cruel competition segment. Every day, a large number of tribes were destroyed. Experts were injured, and clan treasuries suffered huge losses. Some even took the initiative to seek revenge. The condition of the challenge was not immortal materials, but someone's life. What made He Lulan feel a chill was that any Gu immortal who died in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, fusing into the yellow earth. Blue Phoenix tribe's situation was very good. Because He Lulan was a sacred child, as long as she did not die, when she became a rank 8 Gu immortal, Blue Phoenix tribe would automatically become a sacred tribe. It would have a high status and authority. Thus, almost no one dared to provoke Blue Phoenix tribe. Even if someone was jealous and wanted to attack the immature He Lulan, they would be very wary. They would not attack the sacred child at this crucial moment in the sacred land. This would be a huge disrespect to reckless savage god. During the day, over 10,000 tribes challenged one another. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed privately, forming alliances. Lu Tonglan and Jiaohua had been communicating secretly. Whoever wanted to deal with Blue Phoenix tribe would likely contact Fireblend tribe, and vice versa. Blue Phoenix tribe, which had a sacred child, was secretly envied and hated by many. Some were even people who were close to Lu Tonglan. Fireblend tribe was not having a good time either. Half a year ago, they had lost almost half of their elders, their strength had weakened, they had to rely on Yellowbell tribe. But Yellowbell tribe had its opponents too. The experts of the various tribes continued to compete and fight. Fortunately, because they could only use totems to fight, the casualties were greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, they would still use other killer moves in a real battle. Totem killer moves were only a trump card. Normal methods were also trump card methods. He Lulan's horizons had been broadened over the past few days. She had seen all kinds of totems and had gotten to know many outstanding powerhouses. Her totem was already completed, and the next step was to continue eating. With the Yudu Power Tiger as the foundation, she would fuse the other Dao marks and gradually transform it into a totem that was suitable for He Lulan. But there was another route, which was to construct a second totem and then a third totem. Warriors with many totems had more tricks up their sleeves, but because their energy was divided, the quality of their totems would be slightly lower. When the same amount of energy and resources were invested, it was obvious that a single totem would be stronger than multiple totems. As for which path to choose, He Lulan was still pondering. According to historical records, the reckless savage demon Venerable had countless totems, and each of them was extremely powerful. They had at least rank 8 battle strength. Some even had pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems like reckless savage archdevil ancestor chose the second route. Days passed, and the situation of the myriad races changed with each passing day. Firstly, those ordinary tribes that only had Gu masters started to merge with each other intensely. Next, this phenomenon started to spread to the superforces. In the end, even a superforce like the Yellow Bell tribe was defeated. When the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were buried in Moonfield Slope, this piece of yellow earth started to emit a faint yellow light. Within this faint yellow light, a path gradually appeared. The Myriad Life Road has appeared. Huff! The Myriad Races Challenge is finally over. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunity left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. He Lulan also realized. So all the sacrifices were used to open this Myriad Life Road. With her sacred physique, she did not need to compete. She could directly enter the Myriad Life Road. After the Myriad Races discussed, a total of 88 people were chosen. There were 8 people qualified for each cycle of cultivation. Among the Myriad Races, there were no rank 9 Gu cultivators, so only 88 people were chosen. This number made He Lulan feel somewhat sensitive. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people walked the Myriad Life Road together. From the outside, the Myriad Life Road looked like a mirage. But when He Lulan and the rest stepped on it, they had a completely different feeling. There really seems to be a path that allows me to walk on solid ground. He Lulan walked for a dozen steps as her expression changed. Beside her was Lu Tonglan. Not far behind her was Jiao Hua. These two were worthy of the 8 extremities. They had emerged victorious in the Myriad Races competition, becoming one of the 88 people. In this Myriad Life Road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. He Lulan said. Lu Tonglan added. Or more accurately speaking, all of our foundation and strength are being expended according to a certain ratio. Trekking on the path of thousand life was fair to everyone, and the difficulty was the same. Gu immortals were stronger than Gu masters, but the difficulty of becoming a Gu master was proportional to the Gu master's own strength. This caused many Gu masters to walk ahead of Gu immortals. I found Gu worms. There are Gu worms on the ground. As long as I pick them up, I can instantly refine them. Look here. There are so many ingredients. They are worth cities. Many people started to cheer and shout. They started to make great gains. The Myriad Races outside could not see this. They could only see the 88 figures shrunk into black dots, hidden by the heavenly road in the sky. He Lulan observed carefully and soon found some clues. The heavenly road is undulating, some slopes upwards, some slopes downwards. The slopes upwards usually have Gu worms and Gu materials. Even though there is nothing on the slopes downwards, it expends less of our strength. He Lulan analyzed and suddenly gasped. Strange. This is like a certain part of the Legends of Ranzu. She looked at Lu Tonglan as the latter nodded with a smile. You are right. This is the uphill road and downhill road. He Lulan's mind and body shook greatly. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means I can obtain the legendary ability Gu and effort Gu? Lu Tonglan replied. That will depend on your fortuitous encounter. If these Gu worms really exist, I am sure they are in the latter half of the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She had already made up her mind. I cannot let go of this fortuitous encounter. The famous Gu worms in the Legends of Renzu are almost all top-quality Gu worms. They are either terrifying in power or have amazing effects. Ancestor Giant Sun is right. I can only surpass that guy Feng Yuan if I grasp this peerless fortuitous encounter. He Lulan started to trudge forward. Lu Tonglan guided her. Don't walk downhill, try to walk uphill as much as possible. This is Master's guidance. He Lulan was a little bewildered. According to common sense, walking downhill would consume less energy. The most reasonable method was to walk downhill until the latter half of the heavenly road before walking uphill again. But immortal zombie giant Sun gave her a completely different hint. He Lulan hesitated for a moment before deciding to believe immortal zombie giant Sunday. She and Lu Tonglan tried to walk uphill as much as possible. They found Gu worms and Gu materials along the way, but they were mostly mortal materials. Not long after, immortal materials started to appear among their gains. And many Gu immortals who were traveling alongside them had walked downhill for a long time. Their gains were very little. They were also limited to mortal level. He Lulan realized at once. So the heavenly road is not measured by length, but by the quality of the journey. Heavenly road does not have a front or back. It only depends on whether we walk with all our strength or not. If we put in all our effort, we might have a good harvest. But if we slack off, we might use up all our strength and not gain anything. He Lulan and Lu Tonglan moved forward. When they found their first rank 6 immortal Gu, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had different shapes. They were translucent and had different colors. The predicament blocking He Lulan was light brown in color. It looked like a leopard cat. Its body was like a small mountain. It blocked the heavenly road. Predicament, a wild beast recorded in the legends of Renzu. It is extinct in the 5 regions. To think that there would be one here. But since it is the heavenly road, it is not strange. He Lulan breathed in deeply. She attacked the predicament together with Lu Tonglan. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. The two's vision blurred. Their vision changed as they arrived in a light brown independent space. This is the predicament. We were eaten by that predicament, Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very mystical. Rumors said that the predecessor who created the battlefield killer move got inspiration from studying predicaments. Every predicament could be seen as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicaments, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan went up first. I will block the calamities and tribulations. He Lulan, you will break through the predicament. He Lulan was stunned. What should I do? You have the great strength, true martial physique. According to the legends of Renzu, you are the best at breaking predicaments. I don't know exactly how to do it, but you can try it. But remember, you cannot drag it out for too long. The calamities and tribulations within the predicament are endless. Lu Tonglan instructed. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She tried to use strength path killer moves and attack everywhere. A moment later, joy flashed on her face. She felt the space around her loosening. The calamities and tribulations became stronger. But Lu Tonglan was very happy. Continue like this predicament is already going all out. He Lulan suddenly thought. She had the great strength true martial physique, but the others did not. What would they do if they encountered a predicament? Dark capital strength tiger, come out? He Lulan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. Roar. Within the surging black light, the black tiger condensed into solid form and charged forward. With a loud sound, a huge hole appeared. Chapter 21:34. The predicament roared. It held its wounds in pain. The dark capital strength tiger totem created a huge hole. Its condition fell rapidly. Its body continued to shrink, like a leaking balloon. It shrunk until it was about half its original size. Only then did the edges of the large hole close together, mending and mending. The predicament stabilized itself, but it did not dare to fight He Lulan anymore. It screamed and escaped. He Lulan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal Gu on the ground and continued to move forward with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the uphill road with all their strength. They gained more and more. After a while, there were 2 rank 6 immortal Gu and 1 rank 7 immortal Gu. Their encounter made the others realize it. They started to walk on the uphill road with all their strength. Gradually, some people expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, landing on Tianyu tall slopes yellow soil. Some people encountered predicaments but could not break out. They died in the predicament stomach. Even though some defeated the predicaments, their strength was greatly expended. They had a worried expression. The predicaments were mystical beasts. As long as their battle strength surpassed their limits, they would lose. But strength path methods were more effective. He Lulan found it harder and harder to walk. When she defeated 2 more predicaments, she found that out of the original 88 people, there were only 30 or so left. I can't walk anymore. I expended most of my strength, but the predicaments are getting stronger and stronger. With my remaining battle strength, I can only defeat one predicament. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling indignant. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted Hei Lulan's shoulder. She had an optimistic attitude. When they encountered the predicament again, Lu Tonglan used the Blue Phoenix Totem and the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem to defeat the predicament. Be careful. Don't let it go. This time, Lu Tonglan reminded, she attacked in time and killed the predicament before it escaped. Eat. Lu Tonglan dissected the predicament's flesh, handing a portion to Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan had read The Legends of Rinzu. She gained some understanding. Every time she ate a piece of the predicament's flesh, she could feel her strength rising. By the time she and Lu Tonglan had divided the predicament, her strength had almost recovered. However, this method would also be exposed. Many Gu cultivators saw this and started to follow suit. But a portion of the Gu cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this method long ago. You can't eat too much of the predicament's flesh. Eating too much isn't good either. It will cause your heart to burn and your mind to collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. Let's keep going. Another 30 minutes later, Jiahua caught up with Hei Lulan and Lu Tonglan. What do you want? Lu Tonglan pretended to shout. Jiahua snorted coldly. There are only 7 of us left. Of course we want to cooperate. The enmity between us can be settled after we leave this place. But now, we should look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Patriarch Jiahua is right. The predicament is getting stronger and stronger. We should work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also followed. He looked at Hei Lulan. Holy Sun, hello. You are qualified to cooperate with me and travel together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since we have come this far, we are qualified to work together. What do you say? Among the remaining 7, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8s, and the remaining 4 were rank 7s. Everyone looked at each other. They were silent for a while. If we work together, we can go longer. But how do we split the immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they fought for them, he would not be able to win. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered for a while. There is no need to fight for the immortal goo and immortal materials. We can take turns to get them. As for the order, we can discuss it. If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be our common enemy. The heavenly road only appears once every 10,000 years. Anyone who goes against the agreement will be hunted down by us. Sure. Another rank 8 Gu Immortal agreed. But the order was still something that everyone argued for a while. The people who got it first would naturally have lower value. The Gu Immortals who got it later would have higher value than the ones who got it first. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was at their wits' end. Otherwise, they would not be forced to work together. If the order was too late, they would be eliminated before they could get it. That would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it carefully before deciding on the order and moving forward. After defeating 2 more predicaments, the first rank 8 Immortal Gu appeared. According to the order, it was the rank 6 Gu Immortal. Under everyone's gazes, the rank 6 Gu Immortal picked up the Immortal Gu while trembling. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals did not fight for it. They were at the back of the group. At the same time, this rank 6 Gu Immortal had a high status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. The appearance of a rank 8 Immortal Gu made the group of 7 nervous. After walking for a while, there were no more predicaments blocking their way. They found a stalk of dragon horn grass. Dragon horn grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like coral and resembled a dragon's horn. Every time it was cut into a finger-length segment, it would grow another segment every month. According to the order, it was Jiao's turn this time. Jiao put away the dragon horn grass, feeling helpless. He hoped it was an immortal Gu. Longevity heaven did not lack such immortal materials. Everyone, I can't go on anymore. I am truly sorry. Please check carefully. I am not trying to slack off. After walking for a while, the rank 6 Gu Immortal's expression was pale. His body was shivering. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded. Go back. If you continue, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 Gu Immortal bowed deeply before falling down from the heavenly road. While in the air, he fainted, but thankfully, there were people on the ground who were waiting for him. The rank 6 goo immortal's departure was like a start. People reached their limits one after another. First was the rank 8 goo immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 goo immortal was at the back of the group. He was eliminated before his turn. Thus he had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also exhausted. She could only tell He Lulan to be careful. She had no choice but to leave. Only 4 people were left: He Lulan, Jiao Hua, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and another young rank 7 goo immortal. What goo is this? Everyone's eyes shined. The rank 8 immortal goo that they encountered was not ordinary. It was like an ant, fist-sized, and emitted 5-colored light. This is quantitative change goo. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed loudly. It was his turn now. With this immortal goo, he could make one target turn into 10, 10 into 100. The number would rise sharply. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure would also rise sharply. Some targets could not be quantitative change, for example, any immortal goo. Of course, this immortal goo could be used in battle. For example, when the enemy used fire chi to fill the sky, quantitative change goo could reduce the number of flames and quickly weaken the enemy's attack. However, to take this immortal goo, they had to defeat the predicament in front of them. After a fierce battle, everyone won. They split the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he obtain a top-grade immortal goo, his strength had also recovered. Everyone continued to move forward. There was another predicament blocking their path, but there was nothing on the ground. There was no turning back on the heavenly road. Everyone was helpless. They could only fight and kill the predicament to take the meat. Everyone recovered some of their strength as a result. As they moved up the slope, a rank 8 immortal goo appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle. It looked like a steel ingot. It had thick armor and a muscular body. This is actually Fortitude goo. Fortitude goo. Am I seeing things? It really is Fortitude goo. This is an immortal goo recorded in the Legends of Ranzu. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the young rank 7 goo immortal. According to the order, it was his turn to take it. This goo immortal could be said to be the biggest dark horse in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. Right now, his body was trembling in excitement. After an intense battle, the predicament screamed as it fell to the ground. Everyone split the food. The rank 7 goo immortal took Fortitude goo. This trip was worth it. It was definitely worth it. The rank 7 goo immortal muttered in excitement. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to recruit him. Let me think about it. The rank 7 goo immortal rejected him directly. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned slightly before relaxing. This person's future is not going to be good. He Lulan saw this, but did not say anything. This young rank 7 goo immortal had already become arrogant. He did not care about Yellow Bell tribe leader at all. He was waiting for the best offer. But it was not strange. He Lulan could easily guess that during this period of time, many people had come to recruit this rank 7 goo immortal. Maybe this rank 7 goo immortal had already heard all these words and heard them. Everyone set off again. The predicament blocked their path, but did not have any immortal goo or immortal materials. They could not turn back on the heavenly road. They could only kill this predicament. But Jiao Hua rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat anymore. I have reached my limit. If I eat anymore, my heart fire will burn and I will die. Jiao Hua sighed, taking a deep look at He Lulan before leaving. Only He Lulan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and that rank 7 goo immortal were left. He Lulan had already chosen it. Since Jiao Hua had left, according to the order, it should be Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn. But after several rounds of climbing, the 3 did not gain anything. Instead, they encountered 2 predicaments. After a tough battle, even though they had flesh, they could not make up for it. Their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious and discouraged. I have already seen the pattern. The further we go, the more predicaments there will be. Immortal goo and immortal materials will appear less and less, but as long as they appear, they will definitely be of top quality. Yellow Bell tribe leader encouraged their morale. He was next. He did not want to fail at this crucial moment. Like he said, they finally found another rank 8 immortal goo. This immortal goo looked like a spider, but it was long and thin. It had many compound eyes that flickered with blue and fiery red light, resembling rubies. Ability goo. Another famous immortal goo from the Legends of Ranzu. He Lulan was tongue-tied. This immortal goo is amazing. It is even more outstanding than my fortitude goo. That rank 7 goo immortal exclaimed. Chapter 21:35. The three charged towards the predicament. This was a true battle to the death. The three of them did not have enough strength, but this predicament was unexpectedly strong. Calamities and tribulations continued. The three immortals exerted all their strength, using all their trump cards and squeezing out every bit of their potential. Halo Lan's Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem was crippled. Yellow Bell Tribe Leader's Golden Bell Totem was 80% damaged. The cost of repairing it was extremely high. As for that rank 7 goo immortal, he had Rain Eagle Totem and Thunder Fish Totem. They had both lost their battle strength. But thankfully, this rank 7 goo immortal had methods to combine these two tattered totems and form the Thunder Rain Fish Eagle Totem. They barely escaped death. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and killed the predicament. Yellow Bell Tribe Leader lay on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh. He could only laugh dryly. Ability goo is mine now. You two are very good. Whether or not you want to join my Yellow Bell tribe, I owe you two a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell Tribe Leader stared with wide eyes, shouting in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 goo immortal had secretly crawled for a while, taking away the ability goo on the ground. What else can I do? Snatch the goo. The rank 7 goo immortal placed ability goo into his immortal aperture in front of Yellow Bell Tribe Leader. GUH. Yellow Bell Tribe Leader spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted on the spot, falling down from the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Just one step. Damn it. Damn it. She wanted to snatch ability goo too, but regretfully, after getting out of the predicament, her position was not good. She was the furthest away from the immortal goo on the ground. Thus, she could only watch as the rank 7 goo immortal succeeded. The rank 7 goo immortal smiled at He Lulan before falling down from the heavenly road. I don't have the strength to continue. He Lulan sighed deeply. Even though she had huge gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal goo. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly froze. Her palm touched something. It looks like a formless goo worm. He Lulan concentrated. Because she was in contact with this immortal goo, she could sense the goo worm's strength path aura. A rank 8 formless immortal goo? What was it? Don't tell me. He Lulan was overjoyed. She grabbed this mysterious immortal goo and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Ranzu, Chapter 5, Section 34. It was said that the human ancestor had encountered the greatest predicament of his life, thus giving birth to his 7th son, the great strength true marshal. Renzu was also saved. Renzu and great strength true marshal traveled together. Great strength true marshal asked, Father, where are we going next? Renzu replied, My child, you still don't know the whole story. Let me tell you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything and did not allow us to reunite. Right now, we can only reunite with our loved ones by breaking free from the shackles of fate. Great Strength heard the entire story and shouted indignantly, This Fate Gu is too hateful. At the same time, Strong Gu shouted in his heart, Experts hate restraints the most, especially fate. Ranzu patted Great Strength True Marshal's head, consoling, Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self-Gu to absorb strength and wisdom. Then I will obtain Freedom Gu to break free from Fate Gu's restraints. Now, let's go to a place called Qian Ku in Crystal Wall and find Wisdom Gu there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Then let's go together. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued to walk. The road became uneven. There were many uphill and downhill slopes. Strong Gu encouraged Great Strength True Marshal. O human, go and walk uphill. Even though it is hard to walk uphill, there are usually good things there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Experts love to walk uphill. Great Strength True Marshal finally managed to climb up the slope. He looked around and shouted, There's nothing here at all. No, it is right beside you. Quickly pick it up. Strong Gu reminded. Great Strength True Marshal squatted down and touched the ground. As expected, He found a hard and formless goo. There is something good here after all. Great strength true Marshall suddenly smiled. So it is effort goo. Runzu felt strange. My son, how did you know? We can't even see what it looks like. Great strength true Marshall scratched his head. The moment I got it, I saw what effort goo looked like. As for why I know it is effort goo, it is because experts know how to work hard. This is natural. There is nothing strange about it. Others' effort could not be seen. The father and son continued to set off. This is great. I have effort goo now. It is of great help to me. Great strength true Marshall walked as he looked at effort goo. He was very happy. He always chose to walk uphill. Renzu asked curiously, is effort goo very powerful? Can it directly bring you success? Great strength true Marshall shook his head. Effort might not lead to success, but effort will definitely have a result. Regardless of the result, it is different from not working hard. Renzu was worried. My son, you have just been born. Don't be deceived by goo. I was once deceived by wisdom goo. I see that every time you walk uphill, you are covered in sweat and gasping for breath. I do not see effort goo helping you at all. I have also heard rumors that effort goo can lie at times. Great strength true Marshall shook his head, wiping his sweat. Father, you cannot see my effort, so you misunderstood. You cannot understand how much effort I put in to walk uphill. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet. I can walk higher with each step. There are many good things on the uphill road. People cannot obtain them without effort. Is that really the case? Renzu was skeptical. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshall continued to walk. Great Strength True Marshall kept walking uphill. His status became higher and higher. Thus, he obtained authority goo and fortitude goo. Later, on the way, he found modesty goo and original forgiveness goo. These two goo worms followed Great Strength True Marshall. Great Strength True Marshall asked them the reason. They replied naturally, because humility, forgiveness, is the privilege of experts to begin with. Because Great Strength True Marshall kept walking uphill, an ability goo appeared in his body. Great Strength True Marshall pointed at ability goo, saying to Renzu, Father, look, this is the result of effort goo. It unlocked my potential and allowed me to have my own abilities. Renzu asked, then what is the use of this ability goo? Great Strength True Marshall shook his head. I am not sure. Only by using abilities can one know what their abilities are and how strong they are. But it is definitely useful. It can help me for life. Renzu shook his head. He felt that his child was deceived by goo. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshall continued to walk. The road conditions became worse. Uphill was easy, but there were fewer and fewer downhill paths, while there were more uphill paths. Not just that, there were more and more predicaments on the road. Isn't there an easier path? Renzu felt helpless. Cognition goo flew back to Renzu. Oh human, there is no helping it. The higher the value of the thing you are pursuing, the more uphill paths you have to walk, the more predicaments you have to overcome. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshall had to continue walking. As expected, like Cognition goo said, they encountered more and more predicaments, to the point where they were completely blocking their path. Renzu said, don't be afraid of predicaments. We have always had hope. But hope alone cannot defeat predicaments. At this time, I am needed. Great Strength True Marshall's ability goo spoke. Great Strength True Marshall used his ability to defeat many predicaments. Renzu sighed. My son, your ability goo is too amazing. It actually reached this stage. It seems that I underestimated your hard work and ability. Great Strength True Marshall smiled. Many times, we do not lack abilities. We only lack opportunities to use them. Strong goo shouted excitedly with great ambition. Kill them, eat them all. That way, we will become stronger. Great Strength True Marshall killed many predicaments. He started to eat their losses. This is the suffering? It is really bitter. But I can feel that I have become stronger. He ate the losses of the predicaments again. Great Strength True Marshall immediately spat out the losses. Experts do not like to suffer losses. He even ate the flesh of the predicaments. Strong goo became bigger. Great Strength True Marshall also became stronger than before. Strong goo was satisfied with this change. In this world, as long as you are strong enough, you will not be bullied. Great strength true Marshal gave some of the flesh to Renzu. Father, eat some too. You are too skinny. Renzu was so skinny that only bones were left. Finally, great strength true Marshal threw Ability Goo into the calamities. Ability Goo went through a lot of difficulties, but it got bigger and stronger. All of the calamities and difficulties were opportunities to train, stimulate, and increase one's abilities. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the two rank 8 immortal goo in his hands. They were Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo. This time, Jean Budu's clone did a good job. He made a huge contribution. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It turned out that not long after the Fate War, Fang Yuan had arranged for Jean Budu to go to Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Fang Yuan already knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had relevant information. Ma Hongyun had once entered it and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Goo. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secretive, there were ways to enter it. If not for this, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed in the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. Before annexing Lengya sect, even though Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, he did not have a way to enter. Lengya sect, however, had a way. Land Spirit of Lengya had once wanted to recruit Chudu, and even wanted to use Fang Yuan's help to achieve this. Because Lengya sect also had this method, they wanted to send Chudu in and obtain benefits from it. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path. Among them, Gua mortals who cultivated Strength Path were like fish in water. After Fang Yuan annexed Lengya sect, this path was naturally his. He used this path to arrange for Jean Budu to enter. The gains this time were truly beyond his expectations. Fortitude Goo is very useful to me. After developing Ability Goo, my prospects will be even greater. As for He Lulan, she joined Longevity Heaven and seems to be in an important position. Unfortunately, at that time, Jean Budu's clone no longer had the strength to kill her. Fang Yuan did not have much regret. Chapter 2136. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Meng Qiuzhan explored another dream realm. Deep in the clouds, Meng Qiuzhan sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff. Below him was a rumbling waterfall. Immortal, immortal. A young man covered in injuries crawled towards Fang Yuan, begging to become his disciple. You want to become my disciple? Meng Qiuzhan smiled. He was surprised as he tried to guess the rules of this new dream realm. If it were before, Fang Yuan could only test it with his own body. But now, Meng Qiuzhan had a Dream Path Immortal Goo, Dream Butterfly. He immediately activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate while trying to stall for time. You are just a mortal. Since you went through so much trouble to come to me, it must be fate. I have 3 paths. I can teach you one of them. The young man was overjoyed. He kowtowed as his forehead hit the hard rock, creating a dull sound. Meng Qiuzhan continued. The first path is Formation Path. Formation Path pays particular attention to. Meng Qiuzhan spoke slowly. He was telling the truth. There were no lies. The young man nodded hesitantly. Lord Immortal, even though Formation Path cultivation is complicated, I will work hard to learn it. Meng Qiuzhan shook his head, saying, no rush. I have a second path. It is Strength Path. Strength Path is fierce and direct. Its advantage is... After Meng Qiuzhan said this, the young man became even more excited. I want to learn Strength Path. Meng Qiuzhan smiled again. I have a third path, Wisdom Path. Strength Path is very common, but Wisdom Path is very rare. It has a long history. Among them, after a long speech, the young man was extremely excited. Lord Immortal, I want to learn Wisdom Path the most. Please help me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo finally finished investigating the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was not small. It had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unintentionally destroyed a mortal village. The young man's parents were among them. The young man was alone. He had tasted the bitterness of the mortal world. He did not know who his enemy was. The young man went through countless hardships and finally became the disciple of an immortal. He was talented and had one of the 10 extreme physiques. He was extremely compatible with wisdom path cultivation. The young man finally found out that his enemy was his master. He took revenge. The final scene was the battle between the master and the disciple, which was extremely difficult. No matter what I teach, this disciple will learn it 100%. Moreover, he will bring forth new ideas from the old, surpassing the master. Moreover, he also cultivates wisdom path and possesses powerful wisdom path methods. So, this first scene is the best chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhan understood. Without dream butterfly immortal goo, he could only test it with his own body. According to normal calculations, he would not be able to pass the first time. His soul would be injured. Meng Qiuzhan needed to recuperate. This was a waste of time and resources. Then, he would regroup and explore the dream world again. But now that he had dream butterfly immortal goo, he had the initiative and was no longer so passive. Even though dream butterfly immortal goo could only investigate, the value of crucial information was hard to estimate. Looking at the young man in front of him, Meng Qiuzhan thought about it and smiled. Then I will teach you wisdom path cultivation methods. This method isn't my original creation, but I've improved it. I call it the 9x9 multiplication formula. 9x9 multiplication formula? The young man's eyes shined. Just hearing this name made him feel that it was grand and immortal. Meng Qiuzhan continued to bluff. 9 is the extreme of numbers. 9x9 is the meaning of infinity. While multiplication is the rule of all beings, it is the essence of the great Tao of nature. It cannot be understood without comprehension ability. Come, I will teach you the first killer move, one by one. The young man held his breath. His ears pricked up as he muttered, one by one. Not long later, the final scene arrived. Master, this is my last. Shut up. Don't call me master, you evil disciple. I am not your master. No, even so, I have to call you one last time. Shut up. I nurtured you painstakingly. I taught you the strongest 9x9 multiplication formula in my life, but you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master. No matter how angry you are, it is a fact that I killed my family. This enmity is irreconcilable. Let me call you one last time. Meng Qiuzhan did not reply. He directly activated a killer move and attacked his disciple. The disciple felt extremely stifled. He could not say the final word, master. Meng Qiuzhan wanted this effect. Because he understood this disciple, the killer move indulgence that he created was extremely impressive. It could amplify the power of all kinds of emotions in wisdom path. If he could say it, his mind would be clear, and he would be able to activate indulgence. Once he activated indulgence, he would have a huge advantage in this dream realm. It would be very difficult for Meng Qiuzhan to pass. The battle progressed as Meng Qiuzhan expected. He attacked desperately, not giving his disciple any chance. The disciple was constantly suppressed by Meng Qiuzhan. He had no choice but to give up on indulgence. He used methods like the 9x9 multiplication formula to fight for a chance. Immortal killer move, 8x8x8x88. After dozens of rounds, the disciple finally activated this killer move. Puff. He had just activated it when the killer move failed. He suffered a huge backlash and lost most of his life. This is a wrong killer move. Master, did you? The disciple looked at Meng Qiuzhan in disbelief. My foolish disciple, let me tell you. The correct killer move is called 8866. Meng Qiuzhan sneered as he attacked ruthlessly. The disciple resisted for a few rounds, but his head was still chopped off. He died with a grievance. Fang Yuan's main body was comprehending a killer move. Using goo worms alone often had all sorts of drawbacks or repercussions. To make up for the drawbacks and avoid the repercussions, goo cultivators started to try to use multiple goo worms in coordination. The development of killer moves naturally started on this basis. Killer moves were used by many goo worms at the same time. It was the art of using goo among the three aspects of nurturing, using, and refining goo worms. When goo cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves already existed in the natural world. Goo cultivators discovered many innate abilities from desolate beasts and desolate plants. These innate abilities had their own profundities. For example, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could enter grotto heavens and blessed lands. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Tao marks. These Tao marks were arranged in accordance with the rules of space path. Thus, it had the innate ability of freely entering grotto heavens and blessed lands. Thus, the most primitive form of killer moves were Tao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to this primitive form. Feng Yuan praised inwardly. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven. There was no other use for them. Totem killer moves had a high status. They were on par with normal killer moves and battlefield killer moves. They had the same status. As for using goo, other than using single goo, there were normal killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current era goo formations, and immortal and mortal goo houses. But now, on top of this foundation, there was a brand new category, totem killer moves. Compared to other methods of using goo, totem killer moves had many obvious advantages. The most obvious point was that it was more convenient to use. It could be said to be used by fools. Totem killer moves required very few thoughts. They relied more on primeval essence or immortal essence. It was not like normal killer moves. When activating each goo worm, the steps were also very different. Secondly, totem killer moves had low requirements to create. The maintenance cost was also low. Normal killer moves required the goo cultivator to feed the corresponding goo worms. If the goo cultivator wanted to find a suitable goo worm, they would need to spend some time. But to cultivate totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Goo materials were naturally much easier to find than goo worms. The cost of feeding goo worms was huge, but once a totem killer move was created, it could be hidden in the body. There was no need to feed it. Of course, after it was damaged, it needed to be repaired. At that time, the goo cultivator would need to eat the corresponding food ingredients again. Thirdly, totem killer moves could be easily popularized. Many people could use them at the same time. Totem killer moves were compatible with all paths. Of course, totem killer moves had disadvantages. For example, the cost of creating them was not low. Another example was that after a totem was added to the body, it would have a huge impact on the goo cultivator's future cultivation. After all, they were Tao marks. Another example was that even though totem killer moves were powerful, they were fixed and could be easily countered. This was similar to goo houses. Feng Yuan thought about it. He felt that behind the totem killer moves, there was a hint of beast strength phantoms. The talents of these demon venerables and immortal venerables are immeasurable. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's nature is somewhat unexpected, his scheming ability is also amazing. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Tao marks. But Feng Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance that reckless savage demon venerable made use of the beastman's ultimate method to fuse his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog. This was simply a stroke of genius. It was indescribably wondrous. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary food path immemorial beast. With its immortal aperture and reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven had a food path environment. This food path environment was extremely crucial. Precisely because of the food path Tao marks, the goo cultivators in myriad beast fusion color heaven could use refinement path methods to create all sorts of food to cultivate totem killer moves even though their food path attainment was extremely low. If it were the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, goo cultivators would not be able to create such food so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Feng Yuan thought of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this true inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had developed food path. He could perfect tea recipes into food path killer moves. Using goo materials to create tea, after a goo cultivator drinks it, they would gain the corresponding Tao marks. Cultivating totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was like this in essence. Goo cultivators absorbed the Tao marks in goo materials and added them to their bodies, gradually creating totem killer moves. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their respective goo cultivators. In fact, during this process, the goo cultivator's body would automatically filter and absorb the nutrients that the body could absorb. Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. His thoughts paused. Wisdom Path attainment level has risen to Great Grandmaster level. He sensed it and made a discovery, but his expression was calm. Chapter 2137. Soon, Fang Yuan put aside the matter of raising his Wisdom Path attainment level. He continued to comprehend it. Be it Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, they both have deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cannot compare to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After all, he only used the gluttonous demon frog. But his plan to use the food path environment to nurture totem killer moves is truly ingenious. Even a person like Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. Purely cultivating totem killer moves required the goo cultivator to constantly deduce them. But in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, the goo cultivator only needed to consume goo materials and use the food path environment to let their bodies select the most suitable nutrients, then let those Dao marks form naturally and form all sorts of totems. This was like using food path to make up for the lack of wisdom path, accumulating countless totem killer moves like 100 flowers bloom. And where did the goo materials that the goo cultivator consumed come from? It was naturally the continuous evolution of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven had a lot of transformation path Dao marks. There were many beasts and plants that mutated here. It had already formed a strong ecosystem that surpassed the 5 regions. Most of the beasts and plants that lived in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were unique. There were no other branches of them. When the goo cultivator ate these constantly mutating goo materials, the totem killer moves they formed would also transform and become stronger. From this perspective, the goo cultivator was using the natural evolution of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven to allow the totem killer moves to evolve along with it. Eventually, it would accumulate into an astonishing result. Just from the information that Jean Boudou had obtained during his infiltration, there were more than 9,000 basic totems in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Rain Eagle Totem, Thunder Fish Totem, and Golden Bell Totem were just one of them. Not to mention using these basic totems as the foundation to create personal special totems. These totem killer moves are not of much help to me, but the value of their recipes is extremely high. Fang Yuan had a portion of the food path true inheritance that came from Shadow Sect. It was the most authentic food path. Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. He obtained all sorts of food path killer moves, tea recipes, which could increase the number of Dao marks on a goo cultivator's body. Now, Fang Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes. He could draw out totem killer moves. Combining all kinds of accumulations, the path of food had already opened its mind and revealed its true profundity to Fang Yuan. All along, I thought that food path was best at raising goo. It could reduce the burden of raising goo. But in reality, this was only one of the advantages of the food path. The other amazing aspect of food path is to help goo cultivators gain Dao marks and increase their foundation. Food path's advantage was to maintain the survival of the goo cultivator and goo worms. They could also use all sorts of special methods to strengthen their targets. Fang Yuan already had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deduction attainment had risen by a huge margin. Thus, Fang Yuan could modify and deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from countless recipes. There was a huge difference between food path killer moves and the killer moves of other paths. Most of the food path killer moves were used on one's own side. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to create food path killer moves and used them on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Fang Yuan estimated inwardly. In terms of gains, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks. Each time, I gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology is on the brink of collapse, if I continue to do this, I will suffer huge losses. Using these food path killer moves to increase my Dao marks, even though the gains are small each time, as long as I use them multiple times, I can accumulate a huge amount. Furthermore, for the sake of Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some food path defensive methods to defend against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's bitter taste and swallow loss killer moves left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He had to guard against them. At the same time, because food path was rare, ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it effectively. Thus, if Fang Yuan developed food path offensive methods, he might be able to gain some benefits. Fang Yuan had some expectations for food path, but the extent was small, because his opponents in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's food path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. The former was a Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, a person who had once led the Celestial Court. How could she make a mistake in a small matter like food path? The opponents are too strong. Food path is just a minor method. It is probably not useful. But I still need to develop some. At least I need to be on guard against it. In the future, when I deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will not be passive in food path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gave the task of refining another batch of Immortal Gu to the Time Path clone. During this period of time, the Time Path clone had been controlling 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, continuously refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. A large number of Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu had been refined to rank 8 level. The success rate of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pools, rank 8 refinement, was too terrifying. Adding on the extremely abundant immortal material inventory and the abundant immortal essence supported by the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan did not face any difficulty in refining rank 8 Immortal Gu on a large scale. Most of the Immortal Gu had already been refined to rank 8. The Time Path clone had already started to refine some rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu in his free time. Fang Yuan had a vast number of Immortal Gu recipes. These Immortal Gu recipes mainly came from Langus sect, while a portion came from other inheritances. Even without Immortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan had even more powerful Wisdom Path deduction methods, as well as his Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. He could make some gains with just a casual deduction. Some time ago, the Time Path clone had refined a batch of Theft Path Immortal Gu. Most of these Immortal Gu were rank 6, while a few were rank 7. Refining rank 8 Immortal Gu in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was a common thing. Refining rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu was even easier. The only thing that could restrain Fang Yuan was the limitation of Immortal Gu. In this world, when Gu immortals wanted to refine Immortal Gu, they had to prepare to their limits. They might not succeed no matter how much effort they put in. The success rate of their Gu refinement was too low. If they knew that Fang Yuan was refining Gu like this, they would be shocked to the point of disbelief. In fact, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was an existence that surpassed the imagination of Gu immortals. As for the Theft Path Immortal Gu that were refined, they were used by Fang Yuan to construct a new Thieves' Denver. The previous Thieves' Den Immortal Gu house had appeared many times. It was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original creation. It no longer met Fang Yuan's requirements. Thus, Fang Yuan modified it on this basis. The main thing was to make up for the Gu worms that he lacked. The degree of modification was very small, because this Immortal Gu house originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Be it its structure or killer moves, it was at the peak. Fang Yuan could modify it because of the advancement of time. Some new Gu were produced that were more suitable for Thieves' Den Cooking Luck Pot, Thieves' Den, and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress were Fang Yuan's 3 Immortal Gu houses. With Fang Yuan's current Gu refinement ability, he could rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, these 2 Immortal Gu houses. However, after Fang Yuan thought about it, he wisely gave up on the idea of rebuilding them. These 2 Immortal Gu houses had appeared too many times. Almost everyone in the world knew about them. Moreover, they were both peak creations. There was little room for modification. If Fang Yuan rebuilt them, he would definitely be targeted in future battles. It was fine if he was targeted by ordinary enemies, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and even Limitless Demon Venerable. If Dizongxing was still enslaved by Fang Yuan, there would still be some value in rebuilding Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Dizongxing was sealed by the Celestial Court. If Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court because of this, he would expend a lot of effort. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities. Rather than rebuilding an Immortal Gu house, I should design a new Immortal Gu house. Rather than designing a new Immortal Gu house, I should focus on my combat system. Qixi ancestor had been preparing his combat system long ago, while Feng Yuan's main body was also facing the same problem. To deal with venerables, I need an excellent combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is already dead. Demon Immortal Qiju is also sealed. Without these people as my touchstones, my combat system will lack a test. Feng Yuan had been thinking about his combat system. In fact, he hoped that some people with similar battle strength would appear and help him create a mature combat system. Currently, Feng Yuan's most mature combat system was still the sword path and time path he displayed during the Fate War. Now that he had rank 8 Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu, he might be able to create a combat system in strength path as well. Buzz buzz buzz. Cooking luck pot suddenly shook. Feng Yuan immediately raised his head, observing the luck of his clone and himself. Soon, his expression became rather strange. His main body's silver-white light pillar of luck actually formed many small gray clouds on the surface. Feng Yuan observed carefully and soon found that these clouds originated from Li Xiaobai. His other clones' luck were calm, only Li Xiaobai's luck was changing rapidly. Feng Yuan deduced in his mind, so Li Xiaobai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at the change in luck, he still has a small obstacle. But why would this obstacle affect my main body? Looking at this situation, it seems to be related to me. Profound literature grotto heaven. Thunder rumbled, tribulation clouds covered the sky. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white, floating in the air. His body was covered in a thick cocoon of 3 qi. Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension had reached a crucial moment. Dear Li, you have to persevere. Su Qihan was extremely worried. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the sky, on the figure that she was worried about. Swoosh! A pale green lightning ball with a long tail shot down from the dark clouds towards Li Xiaobai. Su Qihan cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai activated his killer move, turning into a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai, he is actually mediating the 3 qi while resisting the calamity and tribulation with ease. Far away, a young man gritted his teeth with eerie eyes. If you really ascend to an immortal, I, Du Ji Xiao, will never be able to make a name for myself. Oh Li Xiaobai, you can only blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being in the same generation as someone like you, the others can only serve as pitiful foils. The young man, Du Ji Xiao, said as he sent out a trace of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated into the tribulation clouds, causing the clouds to boil. Cloud Chi rumbled as 3 pale green lightning balls shot out. Chapter 2138. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Qihan flew into the sky. She disregarded her own safety and charged forward, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the tribulation lightning. Sigh, silly child. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked Su Qihan. Su Qihan saw the person and was overjoyed, calling out, "Father!" The person was the current Imperial Minister Su, a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature grotto heaven. Li Xiaobai is the son-in-law of our Su clan. How can I ignore him? Just stay here and don't cause trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Qihan while sighing internally. A grown girl could not be kept at home. Even though Imperial Minister Su thought highly of Li Xiaobai's potential, he had objections to his actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted to recruit Li Xiaobai as Su clan's son-in-law and teach him Su clan's inheritance, allowing Li Xiaobai to become an immortal and arrange for him to become an official in the imperial court, paving the way for him and building a pillar for Su clan. But Li Xiaobai was always wandering around outside. He did not want to become an official. This made Imperial Minister Su feel disgusted. He had tried and worked hard, but Li Xiaobai had high standards. How could he care less about a small imperial court in profound literature grotto heaven? He was one of Guyue and Feng Yuan's clones. He had great ambitions. Profound literature grotto heaven could not restrain him. Even though this lad does not understand the situation, he is still a member of my Su clan, the man my daughter loves. Even though his immortal ascension was too rash, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But I still need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed internally, waving his robe as a bright rainbow light shot out, intercepting the 3 pale green tribulation lightning bolts. Damn it, Damn it. It is Imperial Minister Su after all. Du Zhishao saw this and trembled with anger. He shouted, I am not resigned to this. Li Xiaobai, you are too lucky to be favored by such a major character. I hate you. This is too hateful. Du Zhishao saw that his scheme was about to fail, but at this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground on his left. This figure flew into the sky. It was a Gua mortal. The Gua mortal had his face covered as he attacked Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su could only fight him. He had an angry expression. Good. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? He actually has such a method. The masked Gua mortal purposely made his voice hoarse. Minister Su, you are an understanding person. You have a good son-in-law, but this son-in-law is too outstanding. It's better if your Su family doesn't become so powerful. From now on, don't even think about helping him. Someone is helping me? Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Du Zhishao was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance with joy. Father! Su Qihan exclaimed from the ground. Quickly help Xiaobai. Swoosh! The tribulation lightning arrived again. Li Xiaobai could only activate his killer move and form a poem wall. Du Zhishao screamed. Don't even think about blocking it. Gray smoke rose from his body once more, and he actually unleashed the power of the calamity once more. The tribulation lightning destroyed the poem wall. Even though most of its power was neutralized, there were still some green flames that stuck to Li Xiaobai's body and started to burn. Xiaobai! Su Qihan turned pale with fright and was about to rush over without a care for her own safety. Even if she did not have a way to resolve this, she wanted to live and die together with Li Xiaobai. But at the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai's arm came out of the chi cocoon. He waved at Su Qihan. Don't act rashly, in this situation where we are in imminent danger. My emotions are surging and inspiration is flashing in my mind. I have an urge to recite a poem. What? Su Qihan was stunned. Minister Su and the masked Gua mortal's battle also froze for a moment. Minister Su could not help but look over. The current imperial court and pugilistic world were talking about Li Xiao by reciting a poem to turn the situation around and revive from a hopeless situation. Again? I want to see if you have the ability to surpass heaven. Du Zhixiao's expression was extremely dark. Back then, he had a huge advantage and victory was in sight. But suddenly, Li Xiaobai recited a poem and turned the situation around. This experience became the deepest shadow in Du Zhixiao's heart. Everyone listened attentively. They heard Li Xiaobai recite. Under the pine tree, I asked the boy, Master went to pick herbs, but in this mountain, deep in the clouds. 20 black words flew out of Li Xiaobai's mouth, forming into 4 segments that revolved around him. After a few breaths of time, these 4 segments turned into a dense fog that moved continuously. The pale green flames on Li Xiaobai's body were all absorbed by these fog. With a whoosh, the white fog vanished. The pale green flames also disappeared. They could no longer torture Li Xiaobai. Du Zhishao was dumbfounded. Minister Su praised, Good poem, good poem. The words are simple and direct. It is good for expressing emotions. There is profoundness in the plainness. Using simple words to write complex emotions. The emotions are sincere, but there are also ups and downs. Su Qihan cupped her fists in front of her chest. She looked at Li Xiaobai with eyes shining with admiration. Darling Li is truly extraordinary. This poem is simple and natural, but the colors are bright and the shades are appropriate. Lush green pines, floating white clouds. The lush green leaves contain endless vitality. The vast white clouds are deep and indistinct. It is hard to grasp. It makes one think of a beautiful woman in autumn waters that is nowhere to be found. It is too beautiful. This poem is truly too beautiful. The masked Gua mortal laughed heartily. I understand. I understand now. Li Xiaobai, you are a true hermit. The white clouds in the poem show your nobility and purity. The pine trees show your strength of character. You want to break away from the mundane. You want to go to the transcendent pine trees and white clouds. I was worrying unnecessarily. How can a person like you stay in the imperial court? Forget it. Forget it. I will leave now. I will leave now. With your talent, it would be a pity to destroy you. It is a loss to the literature world. I do not want to become a sinner in history. The masked Gu immortal said this and actually left. Minister Su was left with a complex expression. He left? He was let off just like that? Du Zhishao coughed out a mouthful of blood. He staggered a few steps and barely supported his body. He did not fall down. This again. I was subdued by Li Xiaobai's poem talent again. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. This treatment should belong to me alone. Oh! Du Zhishao screamed as a wisp of gray smoke appeared on his body again. At the same time, Du Zhishao's youthful face turned old. He turned from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke flew into the air and was finally discovered by Minister Su. You were the one behind this? Du Zhishao? You were once the #1 scholar in the world. You actually did such a thing. Du Zhishao smiled bitterly. #1 scholar in the world? I am no longer one. I will reclaim this title. Minister Su shouted. It seems that I have to kill you today. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, another person flew out from the valley on Du Zhishao's right. This Gu immortal was also masked. Someone is helping me? Du Zhishao was overjoyed. The masked Gu immortal and Minister Su fought. Minister Su was held back and could only watch as the gray smoke fused into the tribulation luck. The tribulation's power rose. This time, 3 pale green lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Minister Su was furious. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? The masked Gu immortal smiled coldly. So what if you guessed it? Your son-in-law will not be able to block this tribulation lightning. He is dead for sure. Xiaobai, Su Qihan shouted. Her voice was mournful and her face was filled with despair. But Li Xiaobai stretched out his hand again. In this situation, in the face of danger, my emotions are surging. Inspiration is flashing in my heart. I have the urge to recite a poem again. You are still doing it? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Du Zhishao shook his head frantically. Minister Su was worried. The stimulation of danger can cause the Gu cultivator's inspiration to burst forth. They can create a masterpiece on the spot and change their situation. Looking at the history of the dynasties, this has happened many times. But such things usually happen when one's potential is squeezed to the limit. It is something that can only be chanced upon. Li Xiaobai is in danger now. Xiaobai, I believe you, quickly recited. Su Qihan was full of confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed, sighing internally. He did not want to be so high profile, but he had no choice. His methods could not block the tribulation. He could only rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, aid to literary talents. This killer move was used by the original owner of profound literature Grotto Heaven. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would remain effective. The original owner's immortal killer move. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created or recited an outstanding poem, regardless of the topic, they would be able to obtain this Grotto Heaven's perception and reward. Earlier, Li Xiaobai had recited a poem and obtained the reward, dispelling the pale green flames on his body. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again. 1,000 mountains with no birds, 10,000 paths with no traces of humans. A fisherman on a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning faded. The effect was incredible. Good poem, a peerless poem. Fishing alone in the cold river, tranquil and cold. 1,000 mountains and 10,000 paths with a lone boat fishing. The word extinction showed extreme silence, absolute silence. Against such a backdrop, the extreme of yin gave birth to yang, and the extreme of all things reversed. Fishing in the snow immediately came to life. The painting floated, and everything became exquisite and translucent, showing the poet's ethereal and pure feelings of aloofness and aloofness that transcended the mortal world. I understand. I really understand. Li Xiaobai, you never had the ambition to become an official. A person like you, such talent. I cannot bear to kill you. I'm leaving. The second masked Gu immortal sighed deeply. After praising Li Xiaobai for a while, he left. Guh! Du Zhishao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. This again. I know his poems are good. They are really good. But the better they are, the worse my heart feels. I am tired of hearing these praises. I am sick of hearing them. I want you to die. I want you to die. Du Zhishao activated the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was in danger again. Is there a need to do this? Li Xiaobai felt a headache. You want me to recite poems again? He did not want to do this. It was too conspicuous and eye-catching. It would arouse suspicion. Thus, when he became famous in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 3 poems. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, he recited 2 new poems. It seemed like he was going to recite another new poem. I really don't know what to do with you, recite it. Li Xiaobai glanced at Du Zhishao, who was lying on the ground, feeling helpless. Li Xiaobai recited loudly. The white sun shines on the mountain. The yellow river flows into the sea. If one wishes to see 1,000 li, one must ascend to the next level. Li Xiaobai's crisis was resolved. His tribulation luck dissipated. The 3 qi fused and formed an immortal aperture. He became an information path gu immortal. Oh heavens, since I was born, why was Li Xiaobai born? Du Zhishao shouted loudly. He was extremely miserable. He had an expression of grief, indignation, helplessness, and hatred as he breathed his last. From today onwards, you are poem immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su floated towards Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. So I have been underestimating you all along. I had wanted to arrange for you to become an official in the court, but you have such great ambitions. Compared to you, I am just an ordinary person. What a joke, what a joke. From today onwards, you can travel all over the world, as long as you do not let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth. He wanted to say that becoming an official was not bad. He had resources and connections. But the poem had already been recited. His ambitions had already been expressed. Thus, Li Xiaobai could only say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect Han heir. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su landed on the ground. Darlingly, you are too amazing. Your talent is as vast as the sea. You cannot be judged with common sense. Su Chi-han flew to Li Xiaobai's side. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable, but he could not refute her. After all, he had seen everything with his own eyes. Chapter 2139. On Du Zhishao's corpse, an immortal gu appeared on his chest. This immortal gu seemed to be made of crystal. It was shaped like a flea and was as big as a fist. It was curled up into a ball and did not make any sound. It was very silent. Because of this immortal gu, a mortal like Du Zhishao was able to affect the calamities and tribulations. Li Xiaobai cleaned the battlefield. He naturally found this immortal gu. To activate immortal gu, immortal essence was needed. However, there were some special cases that were not bound by this rule. It seems that even mortals can use this mystical immortal gu. Su Chi-han said, This immortal gu is very rare. Let me check it. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal gu as he showed a peculiar expression, using an information path method. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grotto heaven that had always focused on searching and accumulating information. Although Profound Literature Paradise lived in seclusion, it had never been bold enough to shut itself off from the outside world. It had always maintained close contact with the outside world. Moreover, Minister Su was an important minister of the imperial court and had a high level of authority. He could investigate many secrets and important news of the imperial court. Soon, he got the result. This immortal gu is actually Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu? This was the first time Su Chi-han had heard of it. Imperial Minister Su explained in detail, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is a Heaven Path Gu worm. Similar to it are Heaven's Fury Immortal Gu and Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Gu. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Gu cannot be activated even by rank 9 Gu Venerables. Father, your information is wrong, right? We clearly saw Du Zhishao using this Immortal Gu earlier. We are making things difficult for Brotherly, Su Chi-han immediately retorted. Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal Gu like Heaven's Jealousy was quite special. It could resonate with jealousy and be activated by itself. But the price was huge. The lifespan of the goo cultivator needed to be shortened. Because of this, Du Jixiao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, and from a middle-aged man to an old man. Su Qihan was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the legends of Renzu. She said, I remember that the legends of Renzu has a similar record. Don't tell me strength goo and wisdom goo are also heaven path goo worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. I can't be sure either. Even though this is what is written in the legends of Renzu, but heaven path goo worms could not be used by goo cultivators. The most famous example was Fate goo. You've all witnessed the scene of the fated war. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought this immortal goo would be useful to Li Lang, but to think it is a heaven path immortal goo. This immortal goo needed jealousy to activate on its own. But my dear Li is a magnanimous man, a remarkable man in the world. How could he have such emotions? Moreover, the price of activating Heaven's Envy immortal goo is too high. I will lose too much lifespan. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said to Li Xiaobai, Xiaobai, this Heaven's Envy immortal goo is yours. How you deal with it is your business. But if you can hand over this goo to the Imperial Court, according to our Imperial Court's calendar, we will give you some compensation. Su Qihan's eyes lit up. Li Xiaobai pondered. Then can we exchange for information path immortal goo? Minister Su hesitated. Su Qihan quickly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves and said coquettishly, Father, our Heaven's Envy immortal goo is rank 7. We will suffer some losses in exchange for a rank 6 information path immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su lightly patted his daughter's forehead, scolding her with a smile. You little girl, you think too highly of the Imperial Court. Do you think these goo immortals are so stupid? Even if a heaven path immortal goo is rank 8, its practical value is very low. It cannot compare to a rank 6 information path immortal goo. Su Qihan did not want to give up for her beloved. Father, you are the current Imperial Minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. Su Qihan was his beloved daughter. I will think of a way to fight for Xiaobai. He could only say this. Su Qihan laughed happily, continuing to exert pressure. Father, I believe you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I have never had such confidence in your father before. Li Xiaobai maintained his calm, thinking, my father-in-law has many political enemies. If I follow his path and ask for the immortal goo from the Imperial Court as a reward, I will face many difficulties. The chances of success are not high. Even if I succeed in the end, father-in-law will lose a lot of political leverage. This is not a wise decision. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, Father-in-law, Han Air, I don't want to hand it over for now. Why don't I sell this Heaven's Envy immortal goo in jewel yellow skies first, and see if anyone wants to buy it? Imperial Minister Su nodded. That is a way. But Xiaobai, don't be too optimistic. Even though Heaven Path immortal goo are rare, everyone knows that no one can directly use them. Who would use an immortal goo that they can use to exchange for a useless Heaven Path immortal goo? Su Qihan sighed. That is true. Li Xiaobai nodded. I just want to try. Imperial Minister Su reminded. Don't overdo it. There is a fee to sell the immortal goo in jewel yellow skies. Li Xiaobai suddenly had a stunned expression. Someone is buying Heaven's Envy immortal goo. What? Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Qihan shouted in joy. What price did they offer? Li Xiaobai could not conceal his excitement. I have already made the transaction. The other party actually took out rank 7 poem wall immortal goo. I cannot reject this condition. During Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension, he did not have any excess heaven and earth chi to raise his vital goo. The main reason was Heaven's Envy immortal goo. Li Xiaobai did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The blessed land he obtained was only a high-grade blessed land. But because of this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first immortal goo, and it was a rank 7 immortal goo. Imperial Minister Su looked at the poem wall immortal goo in Li Xiaobai's hands and stared in disbelief. Someone is really buying Heaven Path immortal goo? They even took out an information path immortal goo of the same rank? Which idiot could it be? The idiot that Imperial Minister Su was referring to was none other than Gu Yue and Feng Yuan. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation all along. Even though Du Ji Xiao and Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu were out of Fang Yuan's expectations, and Fang Yuan did not think of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development, an Immortal Gu was too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help him in this aspect. In any case, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Nobody could find out the true identities of the two parties involved in the transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 Immortal Gu, not to mention rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu. The Time Path clone directly refined a Poem Wall Immortal Gu and raised it all the way to rank 7. He had wanted to create an opportunity to give this Immortal Gu to Li Xiaobai, but he did not expect Li Xiaobai to sell Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Such a good opportunity was presented to him. Fang Yuan naturally grabbed it. The transaction soon ended. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Gu. Even though Li Xiaobai was only rank 6 and his cultivation level could not keep up, rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Gu was enough to become his core Immortal Gu. Imperial Minister Su sighed inwardly on the way back. Li Xiaobai's luck is truly unparalleled. So this Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is the manifestation of my luck. Fang Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu and immediately noticed that Cooking Luck Pot was shaking. After inspecting it, he immediately discovered the truth. He raised his head to look at his silver light pillar, only to see that the clouds on the surface had already condensed into one, giving off a feeling of firmness and toughness. The clouds slowly revolved around the silver light pillar. Not only were they clearly guarding it, they were even rising up, directly entangling with the clouds at the top of the silver light pillar. Fang Yuan's heart shook. It seems that this Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is the key to dealing with the Venerables. Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods to make deductions. His eyes flickered with bright light for a while before he tried to inject immortal essence into Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu shook intensely, resisting with all its might. But it could not resist Fang Yuan's forcefulness. It started to fall. A moment later, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu absorbed a small portion of the immortal essence and produced a lump of gray smoke. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I actually refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu, and I can actually activate Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Is it because of those unrestrained heavenly marks? Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed 10,000. Every time he annexed a grotto heaven, a large number of Heaven Path Dao marks would be added to the sovereign immortal aperture, before being refined into unrestrained heavenly marks by Fang Yuan. Earlier, he used rank 8 Immortal Gu to forcefully refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. He actually succeeded by a small portion. Next, he tried to activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. It actually worked. It did not consume Fang Yuan's lifespan. Fang Yuan calmed down and inspected carefully. He made a further discovery. Even though I can activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu, it is not complete. I have only refined a small portion of Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. It can only barely recognize me. Therefore, I am unable to unleash its full power. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. This should be due to the unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. If I continue to add unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to continue refining Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu until I completely refine it? Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It was like lightning striking the darkness, causing a loud explosion in his mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan's lips turned dry. Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Fate Gu is the same. Since I can refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu, does that mean I can also refine Fate Gu and control Fate? Southern Border. The calamities and tribulations were rampaging. Wu Clan's Gu Immortal Wu Zhen was controlling the situation. He was looking at the chi cocoon in the air. The person inside the chi cocoon suddenly shouted, exploding her immortal aperture and becoming an immortal. It was Wu Ji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital Gu also became an immortal. Wu Zhen sensed Wu Ji's aura inside. Wu Ji, you chose Strength Path in the end? Wu Ji did not regret it. She laughed loudly. This is the path I want to walk. On Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei gathered all his children together. He had died in the Battle of Etion Mountain, but because Fate Gu was destroyed, he was revived by Shang Clan's Gu immortals. Right now, he was sitting on the main seat. His body was covered in a layer of blood-red light. Congratulations to Father for your immortal ascension. You have left the mortal realm and become a blood immortal. As the eldest son, Shang Qianyo congratulated first. Next, the other children congratulated him. Shang Xianci was among them. Chapter 2140. In the small courtyard, Shang Yinfei sat on the main seat. He was dressed in a black robe, and his hair was like blood. He still had the appearance of a handsome young man. His children all took their seats and gathered together in the hall. Under the watchful eyes of his children, Shang Yinfei took out a stack of beast skins from his chest. There was a layer of patterns on every piece of beast skin, which vividly depicted some kind of dragon beast. There were also ink annotations at the corners, giving off a strong primitive aura. This is the 9 children dragon diagram. I obtained it from a Gu immortal's corpse when I was adventuring in my early years. It is a pity that I have no fate with this immortal fate. Even when I asked the other supreme elders of Shang clan, I could not see through it. Now, I will hand the 9 children dragon diagram to you one by one. I hope that you will be able to decipher its mysteries and inherit the immortal destiny. At this point, Shang Yinfei shifted his gaze from the beast hide to Shang Qianyo. "Qianyo, come here," he called softly.
"Father."
Shang Qianyo left his seat and walked in front of Shang Yinfei. Shang Yinfei gave him the topmost beast skin. "This is the Qianyo painting. The reason why I named you Qianyo is because of this. You're the boss. You're experienced and prudent. I'm not worried. Coming back to life this time is an immeasurable treasure in your life. Don't let me down." Shang Qianyo stretched out his hands and received the beast skin. "Father, your son will do his best and not disappoint you. Yazi, come here as well." Shang Yinfei waved his hand and called for his second brother. "From now on, you need to broaden your horizons and broaden your mind. It will be good for you." "Yes, I will remember Father's teachings." Shang Yazi received the beast skin with both hands and returned to his seat. Shang Yinfei summoned his children one by one and distributed the 9 sons dragon diagram to them. He also gave them a few words of encouragement. Shang Xianci remained seated and was not summoned. She observed carefully and discovered that the beast markings on the 9 sons dragon illustration were all different. For example, the Chao Feng painting was a divine beast that sat upright and gazed into the distance. Its aura was completely noble and inviolable. Another example was Pu Lao Tu, who looked like a coiled flood dragon. There was also the Taowu diagram, which looked like a giant turtle that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the swan in I Tu, who was like a ferocious tiger with a ferocious aura. There were only 9 animal skin maps, and they were quickly distributed. However, there were more than 9 children. Shang Yinfei then called Shang Tuahai over. "You have been in charge of the caravan and have been managing it well. Then I will hand over this entire caravan to you." Other than that, there was also a water path inheritance here. It was a water path inheritance. Although it's badly damaged, the contents inside are invaluable to you. I hope you'll continue to strive for self-improvement in the future. A moment later, Shang Yinfei summoned Shang Yifan. This is only a rank 5 Gu Master inheritance, but there are clues to a Gu Immortal inheritance. Your future depends on your own performance. Finally, Shang Yinfei called Shang Xinc's name. "Father." Shang Xinci came in front of Shang Yinfei. Shang Yinfei sighed. "My family property has been divided. Only this small courtyard is left. Xinci, out of all my children, you are the one who surprises me the most. If you don't mind, you can keep this small courtyard." As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the courtyard. The children all looked at Shang Yinfei and Shang Xinci. Many of them wanted to speak, but suddenly found that they could not. This was clearly Shang Yinfei's doing. Thus, under everyone's gazes, Shang Xinci agreed with a calm expression. "Daughter thanks father." After this family banquet ended, most of Shang Yinfei's children gathered together in secret. "Sai, father actually gave this courtyard to Shang Xi. He did not allow us to object. It seems that father really wants Shang Xinci to be the clan leader. What do we do now? This is too unfair. What do we get? Some inexplicable things or broken inheritances. As for her, Shang Xinci, she will be the clan leader. This position will definitely be nurtured by the entire clan. She is a Gu immortal seed. Back then, when Shang Yinfei was still a young master, he was suppressed by the other young masters. Shang Yinfei had no choice but to give up the young master position and become an ordinary clansman. During that period of dire straits, he lived in this small courtyard. Later, when he became the clan leader, to remind himself and his descendants, he preserved this place. All the family banquets were held here. Later, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had just left Qingmao Mountain to roam the world, they escorted Shang Xinci to Shangliang Mountain. They were also received in this courtyard. Shang Yinfei gave this small courtyard to Shang Xinci. It had great significance. It also meant that Shang Yinfei was handing over the clan leader position to Shang Xinci. Although Shang Xinci was already the clan leader, according to the clan's tradition, the position had to be passed down by the previous clan leader. That was the most legitimate and unquestionable. Father is so biased. That's right, he loves Shang Xinci the most. What position does this place us in? Everyone, are we just going to watch this happen? Shang Xinci is only an illegitimate daughter. Humph, after I died, you were too useless. You actually let Shang Xinci become the clan leader. The clan leader position was not decided by me. What can we do about the decree of the higher-ups? In my opinion, some of our Shang clan's supreme elders are also a little muddle-headed. Shang Xinci and Fang Yuan have a mysterious relationship. The higher-ups might think so. The children's discussion came to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, Shang Yifan said, Fang Yuan had indeed lived in Shangliang Mountain for a period of time. But what kind of person is he? He is an existence that looks down on the entire world. Why would he care about ants like us? Shang clan's supreme elders are thinking too much. Didn't you see that Shang Xinci did not receive any help from Fang Yuan for so many years? These words injected life into the deathly silent atmosphere. The other children regained their vigor. They were sure that Fang Yuan had already forgotten about Shangliang Mountain. They were not willing to give up on Shang Xinci's clan leader position like this. Shang Yifan continued, Shang Xinci is powerful, but she is not undefeatable. As long as we work together, we have a high chance of victory. We can completely divide her subordinates. Shang Yizi laughed sinisterly. We need to attack from both sides, to tire Shang Xinci out. Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to meet an expert. If I can obtain his help, Shang Xinci will definitely be badly battered. Her reputation will fall. Several days later, the atmosphere in the study room was heavy. Shang Xinci frowned. After hearing Shang Buli's report, she sighed deeply. To think that the situation is so serious, in just a few days, it has already spread to the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, fake goo worms appeared in Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market. These fake goo looked exactly like the real goo. Even if they were used for a period of time, they would still be fine. But after a period of time, the fake goo would reveal themselves and self-destruct, causing huge losses to the buyer. The fake goo appeared in Shang Clan's market. It greatly affected Shang Clan's reputation. The situation was very serious. Xiao Dai had been standing beside Shang Xinci. She was very unhappy with Shang Buli. She said directly, Lord Shang Buli, you are in charge of the market. There must be a process for the situation to escalate to this extent. Why did you hide it? Shang Buli snorted in anger. This subordinate is too incompetent. I have disappointed you, Lord Clan Leader. The situation is so serious. This subordinate cannot absolve himself from the blame. I will resign now, Clan Leader. Please do not stop me. You. Xiao Dai was stunned. She shouted. Who are you trying to scare? Shang Buli looked at Xiao Dai coldly. You are just a servant. I am magnanimous and will not bicker with you. Lord Clan Leader, I will resign. Please allow me to do so. Shang Xinci looked at Shang Buli deeply. She had a calm expression. In that case, I will allow it. Farewell. Shang Buli chuckled, turning around to leave. Did he really just leave? Xiao Dai was dumbfounded. Lord Shang Tuahai is requesting an audience. At this moment, Xiao Lan reported from outside the study room. Shang Xanxi's gaze flickered. She replied plainly, "Invite him in." Shang Tuahai came to the study room. Seeing Shang Xinxi's expression, he nodded. "It seems that you have noticed something," Shang Xinci asked. "Is it because of the clan leader position?" Shang Tuahai, "Indeed. Shangbuli was in charge of the slave trade in his early years. He was doing very well, but after you became the clan leader, you could not bear to do such a cruel thing. You banned the slave trade and made Shangbuli manage the Gu worm market on Shangliang Mountain. Shangbuli has already been persuaded by others. He is also involved in this fake Gu plot." "This old scoundrel." Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuahai continued, "Their plan is not just this. Shangbuli is only the first person to be split. There will be more in the future." Shang Xinci nodded. "What do you want?" Shang Tuahai smiled plainly. "We have the same status. We are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not be able to become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future. I will spend most of my time exploring the outside world with the caravan. I also want to become an immortal, but I cannot walk the path of the clan. If you can become an immortal in the future, I hope you will reciprocate my kindness by telling you the truth." "I will remember it. Farewell." Seeing Shang Tuahai leave, Shang Xinci had complex emotions. After leading Shang clan for so many years, Shang Xinci had not only trained her abilities, she had also broadened her horizons. In her opinion, among Shang Yinfei's children, Shang Tuahai was definitely in the top 3 in terms of ability. His character and talent were the best of the best. Unfortunately, his fortuitous encounters were not enough. He could not gain the favor of an expert. Fate has been destroyed. The great era is upon us. Countless people are fighting and fighting for that sliver of a chance to become an immortal. Shang Xinci sighed in her heart. Next, it was like what Shang Tuahai had said. Zhu Ba and Wan Qinshan also took the initiative to resign. Xiao Yin received news that the fire goo materials he needed after so much effort had appeared far away. He was going to search for them. Xiong Tu, Xionghua, and Xiong Feng received some information regarding how to save their ancestor Xiong Yanhua. Zhou Quan and Wei de Xian fell ill unexpectedly. Both of them were bedridden. At once, Shang Xinci's capable subordinates all left her. She was left alone. The Gu masters who bought the fake Gu gathered and started to cause trouble. Shang Xinci had no choice but to bring Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan to the scene to take control of the situation. "These Gu worms are all fake. Does your Shang clan sell fake goods?" "Shang clan leader, since you are here, tell me, what should we do? I spent most of my wealth to buy one of your rank for Gu worms, but it turned out to be fake. Shang clan's auspicious market festival is held once a year, but you are selling fake goods and scamming us buyers. We cannot accept this. What is even more hateful is, even though it was said to be sold at a discount, the truth is that the price was secretly adjusted. The price is no different from normal." Under the anger of the crowd, Shang Xinci was still calm. "Shang clan will compensate you for your losses and double the original price." Just one sentence made the crowd go silent. Shang Yizi and the rest who were hiding in the dark were anxious. They quickly gave orders. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "If you want compensation, compensate on the spot." That's right, one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. These are all tricks of your Shang clan. Your Shang clan sells fake goods. Can your words be trusted? I don't care. This shop of yours cheated us of our hard-earned money. I will destroy it. The people hiding in the crowd attacked Shang Xinci at once. Shang Xinci stretched out her hand, using a defensive killer move to protect the shop behind her, blocking all the attacks. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai shouted and were about to attack, but were stopped by Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's gaze flickered. Her aura burst out as she used a battlefield killer move. The killer move engulfed all the troublemakers. The noisy and crowded street instantly became empty and quiet. So powerful. To think that Shang Xinci is so strong. Shang Yizi and the rest saw this and felt extremely shocked. Chapter 2141. Shang Xinci had a benevolent nature. When she attacked now, she was extremely domineering, instantly suppressing the entire situation. The Gu cultivation world was like this. The strong were revered. But even though Shang Xinci imprisoned everyone, she did not punish them. Instead, she promised in front of everyone. She would compensate them with double the price. And even though she knew that there were people with ulterior motives, she did not attack them. Instead, she let them go. Shang Xinci actually let these people go. Soft-heartedness. She actually did not attack. If it were me, I would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. Shang Yizi and the rest discussed secretly, expressing their disdain, concealing the uneasiness in their hearts. Shang Qianyo, however, had a complex expression. Maybe this is where Shang Xinci is different from us. This is also why father values her and made her the clan leader. Shang Qianyo, what are you saying? Someone immediately retorted. Shang Qianyo said plainly, you all saw it earlier. Shang Xinci is so strong. She definitely surpasses any of us. When she was the clan leader earlier, she controlled Shang clan well. All of their businesses were doing well. Even though the slave trade was banned, Shang clan's profits only fell for a period of time before rising again, surpassing the previous time. We have to admit, Shang Xinci's ability surpasses us. Right now, her benevolence are even more widespread. Because of this, father passed the clan leader position to her. It is not an act of favoritism. Shang Qianyo had revived. The experience of death was his precious asset. He could look at things more rationally and calmly. But soon, Shang Yifan sneered. Boss Qianyo, even if you are speaking the truth, so what? Whoever becomes the clan leader will be nurtured by the clan to become an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. Even if Shang Xinci's ability and virtue surpass us, so what? Are you going to compete for this immortal opportunity or not? Shang Qianyo was silent for a while before nodding, saying with a solemn expression, compete. After Shang Xinci let go of the troublesome Gu cultivators, she appeased the sellers in the shop. An old man trembled as he came before Shang Xinci and expressed his gratitude. If it wasn't for clan leader coming here today, I'm afraid this old man would have suffered a calamity. Alas, it's all because I'm blind and blinded by greed. I listened to rumors and bought a batch of low-priced goods. I didn't expect these goods to be fake. Little Butterfly curled her lips. Old man, you've been in Shangliang Mountain for several years. You've been running the shop for a long time. Why are you still so short-sighted? The old man's face was filled with shame. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci expressed her understanding. It is not easy for the Gu cultivators living here. If it were me running this business, I would naturally want to earn more. This is human nature. Xiao Dai angrily looked at the old man. Old man, consider yourself lucky to have met our young miss. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't be greedy for petty gains. Do you hear me? I heard you. I heard you. The old man replied hurriedly. Miss, let's go. Looking at these people makes me angry. If they were not greedy for petty gains, why would there be so many fake goods in the market? Xiao Dai turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. But the old man suddenly said, Lord Clan Leader, please wait a moment. Shang Xinci asked, what else do you want to say? The old man stammered, I'm ashamed. I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods. I can't sell them anymore in the future. But if I destroy them, it will be a huge loss. Lord Clan Leader, didn't you promise to compensate us earlier? What? When Xiao Dai heard this, she immediately exploded in anger. She pointed at the old man's nose and shouted, You old thing, how can you be so shameless? You made a mistake and were protected by our patriarch, but instead of being grateful, you want to extort us? Xiao Lan, who was at the side, also felt disdain for such behavior. She added, You are so old, but you are so dishonest. Are all the losses going to be borne by our Shang clan? There is no such logic in this world, right? But Shang Xinci stopped the two maids from rebuking her. She looked at the old man in front of her, then at the group of sellers behind him. Shang Xinci's gentle tone was like before, good reminder, since I, Shang Xinci, am the Shang clan leader and have made a public promise. I will not go back on it. Since I agreed to double the compensation, I will do my best to fulfill this promise. The fake goods you brought in can be exchanged for the corresponding double compensation. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. Lord Clan Leader, you are the most benevolent clan leader I have ever seen. Lord Clan Leader, you've saved my entire family. Without this compensation, my entire family would have been chased out of the clan. At the next moment, all the Gu masters spoke. Some cried. Some knelt on the spot, thanking Shang Xinci. Let's go. Shang Xinci pulled the two maids and left the place, walking to the end of the street. The two maids were still indignant. Xiao Dai grumbled. Miss, you are too easy to talk to. Not only did you release those troublemaking Gu cultivators, you even gave them double the compensation. Xiao Lan also said, Miss, I know you are kind-hearted and sympathize with those pitiful people. But be it buyers or sellers, there are definitely bad people lurking around. Now that you are giving them double compensation, I am afraid I have fallen for the mastermind scheme. They want to empty our yuan stone reserves first. Shang Xinci shook her head. It is just some yuan stone. If we lose one, we can earn 2, 3, or even more in the future. But if Shang Clan's reputation is ruined, who knows how much effort and time we will have to spend to make up for it. If I am unwilling to part with these yuan stones, I would have fallen for the mastermind scheme. Losing yuan stones is not important, but damaging Shang Clan's reputation is even more serious. It is I, Shang Xinci, who is the clan leader, who did not do a good job. They can make use of this to shake my position as the patriarch. Shang Xinci's tone was gentle. She spoke slowly and calmly, giving people a feeling of warmth. The two maidservants understood what he meant. Xiao Lan was convinced. So it was like this. Miss is truly amazing. You can see everything clearly. Xiao Dai pouted. Miss is right. It is just that this matter is too infuriating. Maybe that old man is not a bad person, but he got hold of our weakness and took the chance to get rich. They did not find trouble with those scoundrels who harmed them. Instead, they bully good people like us. If Lord Feng Yuan was here, these people would be so scared that they would pee their pants and fall to the ground. They would not dare to offend us. Xiao Lan stared at Xiao Dai fiercely. She stomped her foot and stepped on Xiao Dai's foot. Xiao Dai jumped in pain. She quickly stuck out her tongue and apologized to Shang Xinci. Miss, sorry, I said something wrong. Ever since Feng Yuan fought Lu Weiyin and was hit by the killer move 3 Lifetime Dream Aid, Shang Xinci returned to Shangliang Mountain, and every time she heard Feng Yuan's name, she would fall into a sorrowful mood. Thus, Feng Yuan's name gradually became a taboo among the people around Shang Xinci. On the way back, the three of them were silent. At the end of the street, Xiao Lan suddenly said, Miss, Master Wei to Xian and Master Shou Quan have been bedridden for many days. Why don't we pay them a visit and see how they are doing? Xiao Dai secretly gave Lan a thumbs up. At this time, it was better to divert Shang Xinci's attention to the outside world. Shang Xinci nodded. You're right. Let's go see them now. The three of them first arrived at Wei de Xian's residence. Stop. Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Xiao Dai noticed a suspicious person at the door. The suspected Gu cultivator saw Shang Xinci and his expression sank, but he relaxed inwardly. He knew Shang Xinci was a benevolent person, thus he confessed. I am a Wu clan Gu master. I am here to deliver a letter to Lord Wei Shunjing. Xiao Dai's expression changed as she looked at Shang Xinci. Miss, bad news. Lady Wei de Xian probably saw that the situation wasn't good and was going to defect to the Wu clan. Shang Xinci lightly knocked on Xiao Dai's forehead. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Wei is not that kind of person. Sister Wei and Shunshi Wei were blood-related siblings, so there was nothing strange about them communicating with each other. Both of you, come in with me. Shang Xinci let go of that Wu clan Gu master. She entered the courtyard and saw the bedridden Wei de Xian. Wei de Xian clearly knew about the conflict at the door. She immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Shang Xinci. But Shang Xinci smiled and did not accept it. Wei de Xian explained the reason. Those people had incredible methods. They schemed against me and Zhou Quan. causing us to be bedridden all day. But I was not stumped by this. I sent a letter to my brother Wei Xinjing and asked him to help. Lan was overjoyed. That's great. Lord Wei Xinjing is known as the counterfeit master. He is famous in southern border. If he can help us, we will definitely be able to solve the problem of our Shang clan having too many fake goods. Shang Xianci smiled. Not long ago, in Sun Moon Sinkhole, I met Wei Xinjing. We worked together to kill the demon Kong Ri Tian. Wei to Xian sighed. Back then, when Wei clan was persecuted, Shang clan was the mastermind. My brother was outside. To protect himself, he had no choice but to join Wu clan. He had always harbored hatred towards Shang clan. He did not understand why I joined you, clan leader. But this time, he sent a letter saying that clan leader's character and virtue impressed him. He already understood my actions. It is a pity that he is unable to leave now. Wu clan leader Wu Ji has already succeeded in her immortal ascension. She promoted my brother not long ago. Wu clan is focusing on nurturing external elders. They actually intend to nurture an outsider to become a Wu clan external elder Gu immortal. My brother is facing a test. He can only explain the details. He cannot come. Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan looked at each other. They saw the deep disappointment on each other's faces. Shang Xianci was still smiling. Brother Wei has such an opportunity. It is truly rare. If we let it go, we will regret it for life. Even though we are in trouble, we cannot delay Brother Wei's bright future. But fighting for the immortal ascension opportunity will be dangerous and difficult. If Brother Wei needs any help, we will definitely help if we can. Clan leader, you are so kind. It is a pity that I cannot help you. Wei to Xian sighed. Sister Wei, I need to thank you. But you are injured. Don't overwork yourself. To speak the truth, just rest and recuperate. I already have a countermeasure. Shang Xianci's smile spread. Wei to Xian looked at Shang Xianci deeply, sighing inwardly again. She understood Shang Xianci well. Seeing her expression, she knew that she had not thought of a countermeasure. This situation was very difficult. After all, Shang Qianyo's group was working together. Such a huge problem. If it was not dealt with properly, Shang Xianci's position as clan leader would be affected. Shang Yinfei had passed the clan leader position to Shang Xianci, but the righteous path had its own rules. If Shang Xianci was chased out, Shang Yinfei, who had already passed the clan leader position once, would not be able to protect her. Shang Xianci cannot even protect herself. She did not want me to be overly worried, so she comforted me. Wei to Xian understood this. She smiled at Shang Xianci. Since clan leader has a countermeasure, I can rest assured. I need to recuperate now. That's right. Shang Xianci smiled. You can leave. Don't disturb my recuperation. Wei to Xian waved her hand. She knew that Shang Xianci was pressed for time. She did not want to waste her time. The three of them were chased out. They left Wei to Xian's place and went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I know what happened in the market. Lord Clan Leader, you handled it well. If it was me in the past, I might not have been able to see through the situation. It was all thanks to Steward Zhou and Sister Wei's teachings. Shang Xianci said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Shang Xianci. Initially, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Shang Xianci's subordinate and help her. But soon, he realized Shang Xianci's nature. He was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Shang Xianci was only kind and benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave her. But even though Shang Xianci's Gu cultivation talent was not good, she was intelligent and good at deducing many things from one instance. Under Zhou Quan and Wei to Xian's guidance, she grew rapidly. Now, not only in terms of personal ability, she was also able to manage the huge Shang clan with ease. Zhou Quan was gratified. He also felt admiration. It was because Shang Xianci's character was the same. She had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because she had seen too much darkness, filth, and viciousness. Not only that, Shang Xianci dug out the pity and compassion from all kinds of cruelty and sorrow, thus strengthening her benevolent heart. This was too rare and precious. Before leaving, Zhou Quan reminded, Lord Clan Leader, even if you pay double the compensation, It will only alleviate the public's anger. It will not solve the root of the problem. The root of this matter is still the fake goods. How to find the source of the fake goods and kill them, this is the first. How to quickly and effectively investigate the remaining fake goods in the market, this is the second. Only by solving these two problems can we truly break out of this predicament. Deep into the night, in the room next door, Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai were already asleep. Shang Xinci looked at the pile of fake goo on the table. Her expression was filled with worry. She smiled bitterly. To not let the people around her worry, and because she had the responsibility of the clan leader, Shang Xinci was usually confident and calm. Only when she was alone would she show her true emotions. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower in the wind and rain, so haggard that it made one's heart ache. Facing this pile of fake goo, she was helpless. The truth was, Shang Xinci had already used all her strength to get to this point. In the silent night, she let out a long sigh of helplessness. Why is clan leader sighing? Suddenly, the fake goo shone with light, quickly forming the image of an old man. Chapter 2142. Looking at the old man's image, Shang Xinci thought of many things. The mysterious old man was very strong. Shang Xinci could not detect the methods hidden in the goo worms. His intentions were unpredictable. He might have come with good intentions, or he might have come with ill intentions. He could even be the culprit behind the fake goo, or this could be another scheme of Shang Yizi's. But Shang Xinci was more willing to believe that this mysterious old man came with good intentions. Shang Xinci said solemnly, I sighed earlier because Shang Yizi and the rest wanted to drag me down from the position of clan leader in order to fight for the immortal opportunity. But they did not care about the losses and pain these schemes would bring to others. In fact, they even disregarded Shang clan's reputation for themselves. But I understand their choice. Who does not want to become a goo immortal, to roam the world and pluck the stars and the moon? But after becoming a goo immortal, do we have to view mortals as ants? Isn't there another, gentler way to treat the weak? The old man heard this and sighed. Shang Xinci, oh Shang Xinci, I have lived in Shangliang Mountain for many years. I believe you are speaking from the bottom of your heart. This is the reason why I am helping you. Shang Xinci bowed deeply, without any excitement on her face. May I ask Senior's name? The old man smiled bitterly. I am just a pitiful person who has nowhere to go and cannot show my face in public. I know you are suspicious of me, but I am helping you out of good intentions. A person like you is worth me doing something for. You have been the clan leader for many years. You should know how to trust a person, not what they say, but what they do. Shang Xinci nodded. Please enlighten me, Senior. I am all ears. The old man said, I know the identity of the person who created the fake goo, and also where he lives. His name is Feng Tianyu. Your second brother Shang Yizi purposely got to know him and used benefits to entice him. Feng Tianyu? Shang Xinci's gaze flashed. I know this person. He is from the righteous path and was once the young clan leader of a village. He has deep refinement path attainment and is a refinement path master with rank 4 cultivation. When he was rank 3, he had refined a rank 5 goo. Although this goo had only survived for half a day, it was enough to make Feng Tianyu famous. Unfortunately, his clan was defeated in the battle, and the village was destroyed. He was reduced from a young clan leader to a rogue cultivator. Shang Xinci was Shang clan leader. She knew all the experts in Southern Border's Goo Master World like the back of her hand. The old man nodded. Feng Tianyu's true cultivation has already reached rank 5, but he kept it a secret, still using rank 4 cultivation level. This old man has a method that will allow you to subdue him. From then on, he will be loyal and devoted to you. Shang Xinci was very curious. Feng Tianyu's cultivation had already reached rank 5, the same level as Shang Xinci, and he was also a refinement pathmaster. He was very popular in Southern Border. Such a person would be treated with respect wherever he went. If he wanted to rebuild his clan now, he could definitely rebuild Feng clan and become the clan leader of the village, a leader of the Fongjing faction in the Goo Master World. How could such a person be easily subdued? The old man did not keep her in suspense. directly imparting the method to Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's expression changed slightly. Senior wants me to deceive Feng Tianyu? The old man smiled. It is not deceiving, after all. You and Feng Yuan are old friends. Of course, strictly speaking, this is indeed deceiving. But Shang Xinci, if you deceive one person, you can save countless people. Will you do it or not? You have no other way now. Moreover, Feng Tianyu is the culprit behind the fake Gu storm. The old man's smile became even wider. In this world, it is not easy to be a bad person, but it is even harder to be a good person. Because when a good person wants to defeat a bad person, they also need to hold on to their morals and conscience. Shang Xinci, this old man is only giving you a method. What you want to do will depend on your own will. Shang Xinci did not hesitate. Thank you, Senior. Your method is very good. I have decided to give it a try. Very good. The old man laughed. This is what I admire about you the most. You have a kind heart, but you are not inflexible. You know how to be flexible. You can use all kinds of methods to deal with evil. In this world, being a pure good person is suicidal. They might even harm themselves and their friends. But you're not. You're a practical, genuinely useful, good person. The old man finally said, this Gu worm contains a Gu immortal true inheritance. I think this is the most suitable cultivation path for you. You can take a look. Whether you want to cultivate it or not, it is your choice. Saying so, the old man's image quickly vanished. At the same time, a Gu worm slowly flew up from the pair of Gu worms on the table, floating in the air. Shang Xinci carefully received it and looked at it with her mind. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered, Good deed, Gu? Shangliang Mountain was divided into outer city and inner city, and the inner city was further divided into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner cities. The first inner city was the center of Shang clan's political power. It was also an important military area and Shang Xinci's residence. The second inner city was also known as Famer City. It was only provided for Shang clan disciples to stay in. They needed tokens to enter. Feng Tianyu stayed in the third inner city. In the third inner city, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The whole of the inner city used star stones. Not only the buildings, even the streets were paved with stone slabs made of star stones. Looking at it, there was a sea of starlight. One's vision was clear. There were few people on the streets here. It was quiet and pleasant, like a star palace. There were no inns, only gardens. The rent for small gardens was 30 yuan stone per day. Large gardens even cost more than 100 yuan stone per day. Feng Tianyu stayed in one of the large gardens. He drank high-quality tea, lying on a soft bed with the door wide open, looking at the cool breeze and light rain in the courtyard, as well as the beautiful scenery of the swaying bamboo forest. Brother Feng is really in a good mood. Shang Xinci's voice suddenly resounded. Feng Tianyu's body and mind shook. He almost fell off the bed. But at the next moment, he reacted. The Gu worms in his aperture were ready to attack. He slowly turned around. Seeing Shang Xinci, he forced himself to calm down. So it is Shang clan leader who has come. It is my great fortune. Lord clan leader, your methods are really amazing. You know I have set up at least 3 layers of Gu formations here. But you are so stealthy, coming and going as you please. Where in the world can't you go? Feng Tianyu inwardly mocked Shang Xinci's thief-like actions. But Shang Xinci was not angry, she retorted. How can my methods compare to Brother Feng's? Brother Feng caused a ruckus in the entire Shang clan market yesterday because of the fake Gu rampaging on the streets. I, the Shang clan leader, almost lost all my face. Feng Tianyu's heart shook. He did not expect Shang Xinci to discover him so quickly. How can this be? I am confident the fake Gu did not leave behind any clues. Did Shang Yizi make a mistake? Feng Tianyu thought to himself as he sat up, refusing to admit it. Lord clan leader, don't scare me. The crime of fake Gu is not something a small character like me can bear. Shang Xinci chuckled, walking a few steps to the door, looking at it with her back facing Feng Tianyu. Brother Feng still doesn't understand? What I have confirmed, even if there is no evidence, it is the truth. Feng Tianyu was shocked. This Shang Xian's benevolent reputation is widely known, but today, I see that she is such a domineering person. He felt immense pressure. Shang Xinci suddenly spoke and revealed her true body, causing Feng Tianyu to fall into an extremely passive state. Because Feng Tianyu was lying on the couch, his posture was very bad. He could only be on guard. Using words to argue with Shang Xinci, he then used the chance to adjust his posture, going from a half-lying position to a half-sitting position. But Shang Xinci did not seem to notice it. She walked past Feng Tianyu and arrived at the door, facing the courtyard with her back facing Feng Tianyu. She did not care about Feng Tianyu's secret actions. She even gave Feng Tianyu a chance to attack from behind. But Feng Tianyu did not dare to move. Shang Xinci's confidence made Feng Tianyu very nervous and wary. Although his cultivation level was similar to Shang Xinci, he had already subconsciously placed himself in a weaker position. Shang Xinci slowly turned around, smiling. "Brother Feng, come and work for me?" "What?" Feng Tianyu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Shang clan leader, do you know how much Shang Yizi paid to hire me?" Shang Xinci chuckled. "No matter how much he paid, you will not be able to reject my offer." Feng Tianyu let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes shined with bright light as he slowly stood up. The moment Shang Xinci recruited him, he instantly understood that Shang Xinci did not have the confidence to resolve the fake Gu crisis. If not for that, she could have led a large group of people here to kill Feng Tianyu. So she still has something to ask of me. Feng Tianyu gained the upper hand mentally. He carefully sized up Shang Xinci as he said with an indescribable smile, "Then I am all ears. I believe that the Grand Shang clan leader's offer will match your status." Shang Xinci raised her right index finger. "First, your life?" Feng Tianyu's expression changed. His voice was as cold as ice. "Clan leader is certain that you have me?" Shang Xinci smiled calmly. "Relax, brother Feng. You have rank 5 cultivation level. Don't be nervous." Feng Tianyu's heart shook. She actually knew his true cultivation level. Since she came prepared, the situation might be really dangerous this time. Shang Xinci continued. "Besides this, if you perform well, you might even be summoned by Lord Feng Yuan." "What?" Feng Tianyu's expression changed again. Shang Xinci continued. "No need to make such a big fuss, brother Feng. I know much more than you think. I will tell you the truth. You should know a thing or two about my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I was able to see through your identity this time because I asked the hairy man Gu immortals under Lord Feng Yuan. I handed over a set of fake Gu. That hairy man Gu immortal also praised me. He said you are a talent. If you can improve in the future, you might be able to gain Lord Feng Yuan's approval and become his subordinate." "Really? Is this true?" Feng Tianyu was extremely excited. His face was flushed red. Shang Xinci laughed lightly. "Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can definitely take you down. Why would I waste my time talking to you? You should be clear about my situation. The reason why I could become clan leader was because of my relationship with Lord Feng Yuan. I am not afraid to tell you. My Shang clan has already secretly cooperated with Lord Feng Yuan." Feng Tianyu scoffed. "What is Shang clan?" "Right now, Lord Feng Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Feng Yuan wants to take away Shang clan's things, would Shang clan dare to say no?" But what I admire the most about Lord Feng Yuan is his refinement path attainment. Back then, on Three Kings Mountain, I was fortunate enough to witness Lord refining fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. This is truly a blessing that I have accumulated over several lifetimes. I had once refined a rank 5 Gu worm with rank 3 cultivation level, but it only lasted for half a day. But Lord Feng Yuan, as a Gu master, directly refined an immortal Gu. And under such a dangerous situation, his aptitude, his talent, his strength, his intelligence, they are all #1 in the world. From then on, I believe that Lord Feng Yuan would definitely inform the 5 regions and 2 heavens in the future. As expected, Lord Feng Yuan defeated the Celestial Court in front of everyone in the world and destroyed Fate Gu. What is even more amazing is that the method he used to destroy Fate Gu was refinement path. From then on, Fate Gu will never reappear again. From now on, all of us are free from the shackles of fate. He is a fighter, a brave warrior, a great man. He has made the greatest contribution to the entire human race in history. But the world does not understand him. They even attribute him to the demonic path. Too shallow, too narrow-minded. Lord Feng Yuan is definitely an unprecedented hero, a hero that only appears once in 100 million years. But I also understand those so-called righteous path. These lowly people are afraid. This group of shameless cowards, after being unable to harm Lord Feng Yuan, they can only slander him by all means possible. They are the sinners who obstruct the rise of humanity and the development of the world. Lord Feng Yuan is truly too outstanding, too amazing, too noble. If I can follow him, follow such a noble person, I really don't know what to say. Huff, huff. Amazing. This is too inconceivable. Today is simply too wonderful. Unbelievable. Lord Feng Yuan recruited me as his subordinate. This is too inconceivable. Heavens. The more Feng Tianyu spoke, the more excited he became. His body trembled and he almost danced. His eyes shone with brilliance, as well as his reddened eyes filled with tears, made Shang Xianci feel a faint chill in her heart. That mysterious old man's information was not wrong at all. Feng Tianyu was Feng Yuan's most fanatical admirer. In fact, Feng Yuan's rise, his achievements, and the scene of him destroying Fate Gu were all widely spread. Most demonic cultivators viewed Feng Yuan as their idol, or a goal to surpass. Even in the righteous path, many people secretly admired and worshipped Feng Yuan's bravery, his style of challenging the celestial court's experts, his ability to advance and retreat, and his shrewdness in plotting and scheming. Feng Tianyu was not special. He was only a member of the masses. It was only because he had once interacted with Feng Yuan and was extremely invested in refinement path, he was extremely talented. He was once a young clan leader who lived a luxurious life, but his clansmen were slaughtered. He experienced a tragic change in his life. His personality became even more extreme and narrow-minded. Thus, under such circumstances, he viewed the current strongest refinement path expert, the legendary Feng Yuan, whom he was destined to never surpass, as his fanatical idol. Chapter 2143. Several days later. Second inner city of Shangliang Mountain. Shang Yizi and the rest had just gathered for a while when they found out they were surrounded. Zhou Quan, Wei to Xian. You are so daring. You dare to gather a large number of Gu cultivators in second inner city. What are you doing? We are Shang Yin Fei's children. We are your master Shang Xian's siblings. You outsiders, could it be that you want to attack us Shang clan members in Shangliang Mountain? Shang Yizi and the rest had furious expressions. They shouted loudly, purposely letting their voices spread to the whole of second inner city. Second inner city was where Shang clan members lived. This commotion attracted the attention of countless clansmen. Soon, several hundred clansmen arrived at the scene of the incident and surrounded Wei to Xian, Zhou Quan, and the others. What is going on? It is Commander Wei to Xian and Steward Zhou Quan. They are Shang Xian's right-hand men. They are surrounding Shang Qianyo, Shang Yizi, and the rest. Zhou and Wei are too daring. They actually dared to attack our Shang clan openly. Don't be anxious. Without Shang Xian's instructions, why would they attack? This is going to be a good show. This is a fight for authority. Shang clan members discussed. The commotion was huge. More clansmen were rushing over. Wei to Xian sneered. Zhou Quan announced loudly, recently, Fate Gu have been rampant in Shangliang Mountain Market. We have already investigated the truth. You are the true culprits. Surrender now. Our master is kind and benevolent. We can punish you lightly. Shang Yizi and the rest felt their hearts jump. Shang Yifan stood up. Bullshit. If you want to punish someone, you can always find a way to do so. Shang Xianci is the one who is incapable and devoid of virtue. She did not handle this problem properly, so she decided to target us. She is so ruthless. Don't worry, don't try to deny it. Wei to Xian interrupted. Since we can openly arrest you, we naturally have concrete evidence. What evidence? Where is Shang Xinci? Let her speak. That's right. Who do you think you are? You are just Shang Xinci's dogs. Shang Yizi and the rest shouted angrily. Zhou Quan sneered. Everyone, are you afraid? We are all descendants of Shang clan. We fear nothing. However, most of the time, forcing oneself to be brave was just foolishness. If we go with you, when we reach your territory, you will torture us and force us to confess. We will always be innocent and will be framed by you. Since you say you have evidence, then let's do it here, in front of everyone, in broad daylight. Shang Qianyo and Shang Qiwen spoke one after another. Shang Yizi and Shang Yifan frowned. That's right, that's right. If you have something to say it clearly in front of us. Exactly. Most of the people you surrounded were once young clan leaders of our Shang clan. Even if they are no longer young clan leaders, they are not to be trifled with by you outsiders. The members of the Shang clan who were at the outermost edge of the formation started to clamor. Zhou Quan let out a hearty laugh and said, "Everything is as you expected, Patriarch. All right, since you want evidence, then we'll make you give up. This is the material evidence." Zhou Quan waved his hand, and a large pile of goo worms appeared on the ground. Wei-da Xian added, "Right now, all of the fake goo in Shangliang Mountain City are here." Shang Yifan scoffed. "Just this? Taking out a bunch of things and framing us for no reason?" Zhou Quan laughed. "Of course it is not without reason. We have concrete evidence that these fake goo were refined by Feng Tianyu, and he is among you now. You are the ones who ordered him to do this." In an instant, countless gazes focused on Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi and the rest were plotting. Feng Tianyu is a crucial person. He was naturally involved. It is Feng Tianyu after all. Why is this refinement pathmaster here? I just recognized him. It really is Master Feng. The surrounding voices became rowdy. Shang Yizi could not take it anymore. He took a huge step forward and blocked Feng Tianyu behind him. "Zhou Quan, you are slandering me, slandering my best friend. This matter will not end here, because this matter is far more serious than you slandering me. If you don't have conclusive evidence to prove that these fake goo were refined by Brother Feng, then I will definitely request to see my father and beg him to uphold justice." Zhou Quan laughed. "Of course I have evidence. Speak, Feng Tianyu. Did you refine these fake goo?" Shang Yizi and the rest were stunned. Then, this group of people heard Feng Tianyu say in a very calm and natural tone, "Chief Steward Zhou is right. I was ordered by Shang Yizi and his group to refine these fake goo, to disrupt the market and harm Shang clan leader." "What? Huh? Brother Feng, you?" At once, the entire place went into an uproar. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Feng Tianyu with disbelief. Shang Yizi turned around, his face filled with anger and shock. Feng Tianyu actually betrayed them? What was he after? How could this be? Did Shang Xinci give him a higher price? This was impossible. To get Feng Tianyu to help, Shang Yizi and the rest had almost emptied their pockets. How could Shang Xinci gather enough chips in such a short time? But that was exactly what had happened. This was a fatal blow to Shang Yizi and the rest. "No, you are not Brother Feng." Shang Yizi's expression contorted. He wanted to struggle. "You must be an imposter. Even if you are real, you are probably controlled by that evil woman Shang Xinci." Shang Yizi's shout was so weak and powerless at this moment. Zhou Quan continued, "Don't worry, Master Feng Tianyu is not my only witness. What do the rest of you say?" At the next moment, Shang Qianyo sighed deeply. "I admit, we did commit such a crime." Shang Qianyo. "Boss, are you crazy?" However, Shang Qianyo was not the only one who went crazy. Shang Qiwen also went crazy. She stood up and admitted Zhou Quan's accusation. Shang Yizi almost spat out blood on the spot. Shang Yifan's body trembled in anger. "You too. This matter was ruined by you too." Shang Qiwen smiled lightly. "Not just us. She was once in charge of the battle stage and had a good relationship with Shang Xinci. Back then, Shang Xinci's information business also helped her grow." Shang Qianyo shrugged. "Not long ago, Feng Tianyu and Shang Xinci found me together. Since Master Feng has already joined Shang Xinc's, what else can we do? We have no chance of winning. With Shang Xinc's methods, the clan leader position is not something we can shake. We have failed, admit it. Thus, the key to everything was still Feng Tianyu. Shang Yizi understood this. He stared at Feng Tianyu with a murderous gaze. Feng Tianyu, give me an explanation. I know that you are not a person who covets beauty. You have such a noble nature. You are only interested in refinement path. I do not believe that Shang Xinc's charm is so great that she can completely recruit you. Tell me, why did you do all of this? Humph, Feng Tianyu sneered. Mere mortals, how can they understand my pursuit? Hurry up and surrender. All of you, die. Shang Yizi's mind exploded. He immediately attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed closely behind. Shang Qianyu, Feng Tianyu, Zhou Quan, and Wei De Xin were already prepared. A chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Shang clan leaders were still watching. No one intervened. The situation is clear. To think that Shang Xnci is so powerful, this is truly a miracle. Someone actually convinced Master Feng Tianyu. Lady Wu Ji had once tried to recruit Master Feng. She offered a high price in front of everyone. She was very sincere, but Master Feng Tianyu ignored her. Shang Yizi, Shang Yifan, and the rest soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared. Shang Qianyu, Shang Qiwan, and the rest even defected. All of this happened too suddenly. It was too strange. Shang Yizi and the rest were caught unprepared. No, I cannot lose. I still have trump cards. You forced me. You forced me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yifan suddenly shouted, throwing out a mortal goo house. The mortal goo house was like a cage. It exploded and released a mud monster. This mud monster was not ordinary at first glance. It had a vague human shape. The mud on its surface moved as countless faces appeared. These faces were twisted and sinister, filled with extreme hatred. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill in their heart. You wretch! The mud monster suddenly shouted, pouncing at Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it. They were immediately at a disadvantage. The situation of the battlefield was reversed. Let's go, Shang Yifan shouted. The mud monster did not differentiate friend or foe. It had terrifying strength. It charged into the crowd and slaughtered the innocent. The scene was in chaos. Using the chaos, Shang Yizi and the rest escaped. They could not stay on Shangliang Mountain anymore. They escaped and became demonic goo masters. Meanwhile, the mud monster caused huge losses and chaos in Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was also almost unkillable. Its recovery speed was very strong. Eventually, Zhou Quan, Wei De Xin, and the rest used all their strength. With Shang Xinc's help, they sacrificed more than 10 goo cultivators to barely seal the mud monster again. The fake goo storm calmed down. Not only did Shang Xinci keep her position as clan leader, she even took in Feng Tianyu as her subordinate. Her reputation rose greatly. But Shang Yifan's counterattack also left Shang Xinci with a huge problem. Shang Yinfei smiled after receiving the report. Shang Xinc's performance not only did not disappoint him, he even felt a sense of joy. He had never thought that Shang Xinci could do this. What made him most satisfied was that Shang Xinci did not attack Shang Yizi and the rest. She only dealt with the troublesome mud monsters. As for Shang Yifan, Shang Yizi, and the rest, since they were not strong enough, they became demonic goo masters. That was good too. They have my blood path methods in their bodies. They can protect themselves in times of danger. Chi tides have blown away the dust. Immortal opportunities and inheritances are everywhere. If they want to become immortals, it will depend on their own efforts and fortuitous encounters. Shang Yinfei never spoiled his children. Back then, in order to ascend to the position of clan leader, he forced his brothers and sisters to commit suicide. He had once gone against the opinions of the masses and spent a huge amount of resources to go on an expedition, slaughtering everyone in the village. Their heads were piled up into a small mountain, placed in front of the elders who opposed the expedition. He appointed people based on merit. Even his own children were no exception. Originally, Shang clan had 15 young master positions. After he took over, it was reduced by a third. This matter is settled. It is time for me to find the other Blood Sea true inheritances. Blood Sea ancestor. The more I think about it, the more mysterious I feel this person is. Shang Yinfei was completely at ease. His children had grown up. They could walk their own paths and welcome their own destinies. And it was time for him to seek his own development. Today was Fang Yuan's birthday. Everyone had sent their blessings. Congratulations to Eternal Dawn for becoming the alliance leader. Thanks Samsara. Chinibu for gifting it. 100,000 Chidian coins. Chapter 2144. In the number 1 inner city of Shangliang Mountain, Shang Xinci was handling government affairs. Second, the inner city has been repaired. The fake goo incident has also been dealt with. Shang Xinci looked at an information path mortal goo in her hands as she smiled. Next, she used her primeval essence to add new information to this information path goo worm. She set down a policy, in the name of making up for the losses caused by the fake goo incident. All goods in Shang Clan stores were discounted. In this way, not only can the Shang Clan's reputation be greatly restored, but we can also earn a sum of yuan stone to make up for the deficit in the clan treasury caused by the double compensation. Shang Xinci's fingers relaxed slightly. This information path mortal goo flashed with light as it flew out of the study room. Shang Xinci took out another information path mortal goo from the table. The information on the mortal goo came from Shang Qiwan. After Shang Buli resigned, Shang Xinci handed over Shangliang Mountains Market to Shang Qiwan to manage. The information in the information path mortal goo said that there was a group of sellers who were hoarding goods in the market to raise prices. Shang Qiwan's proposal was to kill them all. Alas, for the sake of their own selfishness, who knows how many commoners have been harmed by these people. Shang Xinci sighed. After thinking about it, she added new content to the information path mortal goo. Only kill the main culprit, let the rest go. After releasing this information path goo worm, the third letter goo sent a distress message. At the border of Shang Clan's territory, a village was facing a beast tide and was in danger of being destroyed. This village was a vassal of Shang Clan, but it only had a few rank 3 goo masters and its presence was rather low. Saving people is like putting out a fire. This kind of distress message should be sent urgently. Why did it go through the normal political channels? Shang Xinci frowned. She understood the reason behind it. The subordinates all knew Shang Xinci's character. They knew that she would do her best to save them. But in the current situation, all kinds of inheritances were being fought over. The great era was about to begin. Shang Clan's immortals and mortals were all extremely busy. It was a huge waste of manpower to do such a thankless rescue job. It was a huge loss of future profits. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's already too late. The human heart. Shang Xinci often felt insignificant. Just like now, she could only sense the thoughts of her subordinates, but she couldn't change them. The longer she sat on the Shang Clan leader's seat, the more powerless she felt. Compared to the Shang Clan and the world, she was nothing. Maybe this is the reason why almost all goo cultivators desperately pursue strength. Shang Xinci thought about it for a while, before finally dispatching a group of goo masters to travel 1,000 li to rescue them. Even if it was very likely that by the time the rescue team arrived, the village would have already been destroyed by the beast tide. In the 4th information path mortal goo, there was a good thing. Around Shangliang Mountain, they discovered a new Qi path resource point. They needed to station a force in Shangliang Mountain or support a nearby village. Information path mortal goo after mortal goo were released by Shang Xinci. Goo worms flew into the study room from time to time. Unknowingly, the night passed, and it was already dawn. An information path mortal goo, shining with golden light, flew towards Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's heart skipped a beat. It's a mission from above. Shang Xinci quickly received it and probed it with her mind. This information path mortal goo was indeed talking about a huge matter. It was related to the fight for the fur paradise. This fur-blessed land was located in the central part of southern border. It contained the fur true inheritance and was exposed because of the Qi tides. Because it was remote and did not belong to any southern border super force, It was fought over by all the super clans. After the Righteous Path Gu Immortals discussed, they decided to send out Gu Master experts. According to the rules, Gu Immortals could not interfere when the victor was decided. The Information Path Mortal Gu had some secret information regarding the owner of the Blessed Land. For Immortal. This Immortal was a Wood Path and Transformation Path Gu Immortal, but she did not have any outstanding methods. She only cultivated them randomly. As a result, Wood Path and Transformation Path Dao marks conflicted with each other. Her battle strength was low, and she was bullied in the Gu Immortal world. None of the super forces are interested in such a true inheritance. But the location of the Blessed Land is very important. Even though it is not connected to our Shang clan, even if we win this time and obtain this Blessed Land, it will only be an enclave. It will not be easy to manage. However, this kind of territory can be completely traded. I believe the super forces around the Blessed Land will have the motive to buy it. The prelude to the Great Era had begun. There would definitely be great turmoil and chaos in the future. By then, such a Blessed Land would be the bridgehead for the expansion of the super forces, or the front lines of defense. It had extremely high value. After all, these southern border super forces did not have any methods to relocate their immortal apertures. Shang Xinci assessed the situation. Thanks to the environment of this era, she had much more information about Gu Immortals than when Shang Yanfei was the clan leader. Thus, even though Shang Xinci was only a rank 5 Gu Master, she had a deep understanding of the situation in the Gu Immortal world. This is Shang clan's current situation. Time is pressing. I need to deal with it immediately. Shang Xinci felt troubled. Even though she had recruited Shang Qianyo, Shang Qi1 and others, at the crucial moment, she had too few capable subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement pathmaster, he also has rank 5 cultivation. He can be the leader this time. Shang Xinci thought of this and summoned Feng Tianyu. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and came to the study room. Come in. Shang Xinci willed as the door of the study room opened. This study room of hers was a mortal Gu house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Lord Clan Leader, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what news? Shang Xinci smiled and asked. Feng Tianyu said, these days, I have been researching that strange mudman. In the end, I discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that although this mudman was crazy and had chaotic thoughts, as long as I asked him a question, he would respond rationally. I asked one question after another like this until I found out about his origin. His name is Enigian. He was originally the young clan leader of a village, but the village was massacred by demonic path experts. Everyone in the village, including him, died. But after he died, he was revived by a Chi Path Gu Immortal. This Chi Path Gu Immortal inquired about the true culprit of the village, and after asking about it, he left him alone. This Enigian mudman was originally extremely strong, having half immortal battle strength, but as time passed, he fell to this stage. To think that this mudman had such a mystical origin. Shang Xinci sighed. It is just an ordinary village. How can it be related to a Gu Immortal? Feng Tianyu became even more excited. Precisely because of this, I continued asking and found out that this Ni clan member had a huge secret. Every once in a while, a certain Ni clan Gu master would experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing through it, an immortal Gu would form in their body. Immortal Gu? Shang Xinci raised her brows. It is because of this immortal Gu that Gu Immortals covet it. Feng Tianyu's eyes shined. This is too mystical. A mortal Gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal Gu. More importantly, the Ni clan village that was exterminated was only a branch of their bloodline. In several locations in southern border, there are still clansmen who are related to them by blood. Shang Xinci. So, you want to? Feng Tianyu nodded. That's right. I want to ask clan leader to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this refinement path method, we will be able to refine immortal Gu as mortals. Shang Xinci pondered for a while before saying, Then go, I will assign a few more people to you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu waved his hand. I have rank 5 cultivation. Even if I send rank 4 Gu masters, They will only hold me back. Moreover, if I can make such a contribution, it will definitely be a huge contribution. I need to accumulate contributions so that I can have a chance to meet Lord Feng Yuan in the future. Shang Xinci nodded. Feng Tianyu's attitude was so firm, she could only let him go. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Yellow Heaven. A group of Gu masters with the same surname arrived at the Gold Fragment River. An old clan leader with white hair and rank 5 cultivation shouted in front of the group with his back facing the Gold Fragment River. It has been more than 10 years since I mysteriously came here from southern border. Although I don't know the reason, it is definitely a Gu immortal level existence. Our Ni clan's bloodline has gathered here. In these 10 years, our Ni clan has grown stronger. The number of Gu masters has increased by more than 10 times. But recently, this mysterious place's weather has become unpredictable and dangers keep appearing. Right now, everyone is facing a life and death crisis. Chapter 2145. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. A huge pitch-black city was spread across the desert. This was a majestic city with a grand layout and strict structure. The entire city wall was hexagonal. It was weathered by wind and rain. The city wall was over 100 li in circumference. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. Ordinary people could see this black city from far away when standing in the desert. It was like a giant pitch-black beast crawling on the yellowish-brown ground. And when standing close by, one would have to raise their head to barely see the towering city wall and the huge city gate. There were towers at every corner of the city walls, and they were densely packed with holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to enter the city. There were also hidden weapon caves in the city wall. After passing the city wall, one would see the bustling world inside the city. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were shops, palaces, and houses everywhere. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. It was bustling with noise and bustling. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu Immortal Yin. It was equivalent to half of Emperor City, but was later taken over by Feng Yuan and moved to Mini Western Desert. At this moment, 2 Inkman Gu Immortals, Imo Tan Sang and Imo Chi Yi, were floating in the air, looking at the surroundings with solemn expressions. In the past 3 days, these poison vines and windmill trees have spread for over 10 li. They are only 10 li away from Inkman City now. Imo Tan Sang said. Imo Chi frowned. We have already tried to clean them up over 10 times, but every time we clean them, they will grow back again. Are we really going to have to move again? Right now, around Inkman City, there was an astonishing amount of vegetation. These vegetation consisted of purple-black poison vines and huge green-gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of vegetation that wanted to swallow everything in its surroundings. Emochi sighed. Desolate plants have already started to grow in this area. It will be more difficult for us to deal with them. If we cannot deal with the root, even if we clean them up thousands of times, it will not solve the root problem. I thought we had moved to a good place, but to think that the living environment here is 10 to 100 times worse than northern plains. Imo Tan Sang patted Imo Chi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us. It is better if you don't complain. Imo Chi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 devil in the world. He was cold and merciless, and his methods were ruthless. Look, our reinforcements are here. Imo Tan Sang suddenly revealed a joyful expression as he pointed at the distant horizon. Imo Chi looked over and saw 4 Gu Immortals flying over. 2 Snowman Gu Immortals, 1 Hairy Man Gu Immortal, and 1 Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. One of them was a Snowman female immortal. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair, and her skin was as fair as jade. It was Shui. Imo Tan Sang and Imo Chi hurriedly bowed. Snow's identity was very special. Back then, Feng Yuan had a chance encounter with her, and Shui was Feng Yuan's fiancée on the surface. Of course, Feng Yuan had never admitted it, but he did not deny it either. The snowman race, especially Bing Yuan who was behind Shui, had been spreading this relationship. Everyone in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortal world knew about it. I didn't expect to trouble Lady Snow to come here personally. With everyone's help, it seems like our Inkman City's crisis can be resolved. Imo Tansang and Imo Chi said respectfully. Shuer spoke. Even though the Inkmen and Snowmen are of different races, we have already cooperated since we were in Northern Plains. I came here this time to help both of you, and also to ask you to return and help our Snowman race after the matter is over. The Snowman race was currently residing in Kokitahara. They were also in trouble. The two Inkman immortals quickly expressed that they would do their best to help. Bing Yuan said, "On the way here, we have already inspected the area. Shui Air and I will use our full strength to activate our ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation. We will buy time for you." The Hairy Man Goo immortal said, "I brought a large number of Hairy Man Goo masters this time. We will do our best to modify Inkman City and turn it into a single entity, forming a huge Goo house. In the future, it will be very convenient to relocate." The Mushroom Man Goo immortal said, "I can resolve the problem of the poisonous vines. These poisonous vines are a disaster to you, but to my Mushroom Man race, they are a great cultivation resource. Furthermore, I have already found the source of the poisonous vines. I can use the poisonous vines to fight poison with poison. This area of vegetation will be stabilized temporarily." The two Inkman Goo immortals heard this and were both joyful and worried. Imo Tansang asked the Hairy Man Goo immortal, "During Northern Plains era, Inkman City had over 800,000 people. Now it has over 1,200,000 people. Modifying Inkman City might affect the people's livelihood. Master has been instructing me to do my best to protect the lives of the people and help them develop." The Hairy Man Goo immortal stretched out his hand, interrupting Imo Tansang, "Don't worry too much. Our Langya sect has already received Master's orders to modify all the cities in the sovereign immortal aperture. Each city has a specific blueprint. Most of the cities will become mortal Goo houses, while several large cities will become immortal Goo houses. I have to congratulate you. Inkman City will become one of these immortal Goo houses." Imo Tansang and Imo Chi looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Imo Tansang was tongue-tied. He could not help but ask, "Isn't this investment too huge? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope that such a thing will happen more often, but if this delays Master's cultivation and occupies too many of Master's immortal Goo, wouldn't that be our sin?" The Hairy Man Goo immortal laughed loudly. "You are underestimating Master. How can you guess the Lord's great talent and strategy? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors. It has reached a level that you and I cannot estimate. This evaluation was not made by me, but by my tribe's land spirit of Langya. Right now, it is extremely easy for Master to refine immortal Goo. You did not see those blueprints? They are all different and exquisite. Any one of them would require those ordinary Goo immortals to spend several years, or even more than a decade to think about it. But these were all randomly thought up by the Lord after spending half a cup of tea. My Lord's attainments and wealth are like the mountains and the seas. The investment you see is just a drop in the bucket for my Lord." When this Hairy Man Goo immortal mentioned Feng Yuan, his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. "I said the wrong thing. I deserve to be punished." Imo Tansang quickly apologized. That Mushroom Man Goo immortal added, "Even though we Mushroom Men have just moved to this world, we immediately recognize that this world has endless potential. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect has used up all of its resources. Most importantly, it can display its unparalleled might in the hands of a brilliant master like Master. Every time Master annexes Grotto Heavens or Blessed Lands, the Tao marks in the sovereign world would increase sharply. Countless territories would appear out of nowhere. Let's not talk about other places. Just look at these poisonous vines. Do you know? These poisonous vines have never appeared in the 5 regions. They are extremely poisonous." The Mushroom Man Goo immortal addressed Feng Yuan as Master smoothly. He had no qualms about it. Even though they had just joined him, they were very optimistic about their future. They were filled with passion. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Cheng, Zong, and the other Rockman Goo immortals were controlling an immortal Goo formation. The immortal Goo formation slowly displayed its might. The restless Firebird Mountain unwillingly calmed down. Success. Shi Cheng let out a breath of air. He relaxed. Shi Zong said, Master annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, as well as the immortal apertures of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven Lord and many other Gu immortals, causing the sovereign immortal apertures Fire Path Dao marks to increase sharply. This Firebird Mountain was originally a volcano. It almost erupted. Thankfully, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, we need to send one person to control the immortal formation. We cannot leave. Shi Cheng nodded. We have to do this, but this way, the number of Gu immortals that our tribe can deploy is very small. Now, we have one less. Shi Zong sighed. That's right. Our tribe's control of these territories is already so tight. You can imagine how troublesome it is for Master to take care of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Cheng. Didn't Master gather many members of the variant human alliance and station them in the sovereign immortal aperture to put out fires? It can't be helped. Master has been devouring apertures too frequently recently. The increase in Dao marks is too much. Countless resources and paths cannot be accounted for. Shi Zong shook his head. What kind of person is Master? He should have known about these problems beforehand. We don't need to worry about Master. We need to take care of our territories. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not enough to suppress it with an immortal formation. We need to modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the environment. Shi Cheng agreed. That's right, in the past, the resources evolved bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, the Dao marks are increasing again and again. Even the volcano is about to erupt. We need to modify it artificially to speed up the volcano's adaptation process. But in terms of fire path, we rockmen are not proficient. We need to ask for help from Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This place was managed by the previous Combat Beast King. Not long ago, this rank 8 Gu Immortal had resisted the tribulation formed by 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. He had made a huge contribution. After that, Fang Yuan woke him up and personally healed him. Fang Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to become unstable. Fang Yuan then made Star Collection City the main city and appointed him to manage the sovereign immortal aperture's internal affairs. The problem of Inkman City in Mini Western Desert has been resolved. Good. Mini Southern Borders Firebird Mountain is also suppressed by the immortal formation. But we need Fire Path Gu Immortals to modify the volcano? We need to coordinate. At this time, an information path Gu worm flew over with a long cry. The old Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 calamity appear? He quickly inspected the Gu worm and found that the source of the calamity was a huge wave of fire rain in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in fire path Dao marks, the fire rain appeared even more frequently. But this fire rain was different. It continued to grow and pierce through a lake of charcoal, forming a rank 6 killer move level meteor rain. The meteor rain entered Mini Orange Heaven, and its power rose to rank 7 level. It then penetrated Mini Yellow Heaven and interacted with the metal path Dao marks. Its power rose to rank 8. Oh no, only I can deal with such a calamity. But it is too late to go now. The old Combat Beast King's face turned pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Gu Immortals there viewed protecting mortals as their responsibility and honor. Chapter 2146. Ni Clan's Gu Masters were resisting the Gold Fragment River with all their strength. They first used Mortal Gu to build a grand dam, then dug a ditch and diverted a portion of the river. The rising Gold Fragment River's surface level gradually decreased. However, there were many living beings living in the Gold Fragment River. Ni Clan's army invaded the territory of the fish beasts in the river. The diversion made these fish beasts even more terrified. All sorts of fish beasts came out of the river to attack from afar, while some ran ashore and roared as they attacked Ni Clan's Gu Masters. Ni Clan mainly cultivated Earthpath. Their most basic Gu worm was the rank 1 Mud Gu. Earthpath was good at defense. Ni Clan's Gu Masters had already formed defensive lines and were ready for battle. But the fish beasts were not only numerous, there were also powerful myriad beast kings. Under the frenzied attacks of the Fish Beast army, Inai clan's Gu Master's defensive lines were broken one by one. Persevere. Kill. Take revenge for our clansmen. Persevere to the end and create the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered. Gu Masters took turns to resist the fierce attacks of the Fish Beasts. Inai clan's clansmen had come to the sovereign immortal aperture and were secretly nurtured by Feng Yuan. Thus there were many Gu Masters. Together with the strong pressure of survival in mini Yellow Heaven, these Inai clan clansmen had no choice but to unite and quickly developed a harmonious clan atmosphere where they helped each other. In this defensive battle, Inai clan's army displayed astonishing battle strength and tenacious fighting spirit. Finally, the Fish Beasts gradually thinned out and Inai clan's army managed to hold on. Inai clan's army started to counterattack. The Fish Beasts did not have much internal organization to begin with, and now, their situation turned for the worse. They were quickly defeated. Inai clan's Gu Masters chased and left behind countless Fish Beast corpses along the way. These corpses were Gu materials. They were rich battle spoils. Inai clan's Gu Masters fought their way to the Gold Fragment River's surface. All sorts of Gu worms attacked the river, creating countless golden waves. We won. Quick! Set up the Gu formation. Now is not the time to celebrate. Yes, we need to set up the Gu formation as soon as possible, otherwise, new Fish Beasts will come from the main river. Inai clan's Gu Masters set up the formation with all their might. They had prepared for this operation for over half a year. They already had a mature plan and deployment. However, just as their Gu formation was about to succeed, the whole of Gold Fragment River and even the cloud soil under their feet started to shake. What's going on? Are there more Fish Beasts attacking? Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Look up, my God. The Gu Masters gasped. They raised their heads towards the sky and froze like rocks, because they saw the meteor shower falling from the sky. Some of these meteorites were only 1 mu wide, while others were as large as mountains. There were tens of thousands of meteorites. A large number of meteors whistled through the air, dragging long scarlet flame tails behind them. They pressed against the air, carrying with them an unstoppable momentum as they heavily smashed down. It's over. Countless Inai clan Gu Masters had pale expressions, without a trace of blood. Does heaven want my Inai clan to perish? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Inai clan Gu Master suddenly cried out in grief and anger. I can't accept this. The current Inai family's clan leader, who was also the current Inai Xiong, clenched his fists tightly. The plan is already halfway successful. Our clan has made such a tragic sacrifice to finally stop the flood, and a beautiful tomorrow is already waving at us. But today, we are going to perish. Everyone felt despair in their hearts. The might of heaven and earth was so terrifying. These Inai clan Gu Masters could not resist it at all. They felt their own insignificance, the deepest sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the bright sky that was illuminated by the meteor shower suddenly turned dark and eerie. Howl, howl, howl. Inai clan's Gu Masters heard waves of cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell. The temperature of the air seemed to be falling rapidly. Countless Gu Masters felt intense palpitation. What is that? Oh my God! A black giant! Inai clan's Gu Masters were horrified. They stared at this scene with wide eyes. A giant slowly appeared. It was pitch black and eerie. Its body was so huge that when it bent its back and legs, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. The giant seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast as it stood up. Its height became even more terrifying. It truly had the posture of holding up the sky. Its shoulders were like floating clouds. The black giant had 2 heads. It stared with 4 terrifying ghostly eyes. The ghostly eyes were shining malevolently. The eerie black light was like a pillar that pierced through the sky. Its hundreds of arms were raised high. Terrifying ghostly claws were spread out. It was like an extremely vicious and sinister black forest had formed in an instant. One of the pitch-black giant's heads opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black soul river. The soul river surged and created huge waves, sweeping up a large number of meteors. The pitch-black giant's other mouth opened and sucked. Many small meteors were directly sucked into its stomach. Bam, bam, bam. His ghostly claws and giant arms moved, catching the meteorites that were the size of small mountains. Waves surged in the Ni clansmen's hearts. This is truly holding up the sky, stepping on the earth, plucking the stars and moon. There is such a terrifying monster hidden in this world. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan is not even an ant. The meteor shower was almost completely blocked by the black giant. Only some fragments fell to the ground. These fragments fell bit by bit. Some fell into the gold fragment river. Some landed on the cloud soil continent. It was bound to have many unpredictable effects on the ecology of the continent. The meteor shower had no effect in the end. The black giant also retreated. Its mountain-like body slowly disappeared in front of the Ni clan Gu masters. After a long while, the Ni clan Gu masters who had survived the calamity burst into earth-shattering cheers. And the greatest contributor, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light and entered Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body again. That's right. This black soul giant was the soul of Feng Yuan's main body. After Feng Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect true inheritance, he obtained the supreme cultivation method of Soul Path. This method specialized in the cultivation of the soul. It was divided into 2 levels. The first level was Man Soul. It started from 10-man soul, 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, and so on, up to 100 million man soul at the highest. 100 million man soul was the limit of the human body. It started to turn from phantom to solid, interfering with matter. The second level was Desolate Soul. Because Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limits of man's soul. After breaking through to Desolate Soul, the essence of the soul had already changed. Just the soul alone could have the battle strength of a desolate level soul beast. Feng Yuan's soul had already reached Desolate Soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped. It had already reached 60 million Desolate Soul. 10 Desolate Soul, 100 Desolate Soul, 1,000 Desolate Soul, 10,000 Desolate Soul, 100,000 Desolate Soul, 1 million Desolate Soul, 10 million Desolate Soul, 100 million Desolate Soul. At 100 million Desolate Soul, there were 3 6,000 arms demon souls with quasi-rank 9 battle strength. They could directly resist all kinds of myriad tribulations, defy heaven and earth, slaughter deities and ghosts, shocking the world. This was also the peak of the entire Soul Foundation. It was the limit that the whole world could contain. 100 million Desolate Soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Feng Yuan had not reached it yet. Feng Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Spectral Soul's cultivation method is truly amazing. This soul alone has the battle prowess of a pseudo-immortal paragon. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate a killer move. Most importantly, this killer move is not activated by goo worms. It is an arrangement of Dao marks. It is almost an innate ability. Feng Yuan pondered. When his soul manifested earlier and fought alone, the surging soul river he spat out was a reference to Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit battle with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan followed Spectral Soul's method and turned the soul core killer move he learned into soul path Dao marks, imprinting them on his soul. Thus, this soul river killer move became an innate ability of Feng Yuan's soul. In the future, as long as the relevant Dao mark arrangement was not destroyed, Feng Yuan could quickly activate it without using any goo worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate ability, totem killer move, formation path great grandmaster using natural Dao marks to set up formations. All sorts of methods will eventually lead to the same goal. With Feng Clan's supply, I do not lack soul cores. It is not difficult to cultivate to the peak of 100 million Desolate Soul. This method can be used as one of my trump cards. I cannot use it casually outside. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Providence. If Feng Yuan used this method, Providence would know. But there was no such threat in the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's see how the situation is. Feng Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again, inspecting his luck. Feng Yuan frowned. His luck was not good. During this period of time, his silver light pillar was getting looser. It was showing signs of collapsing. At the top of the silver light pillar, the three clouds were also changing. The starlight cloud held the upper hand. This indicated that star constellation Immortal Venerable was the biggest threat, and below them was Spectral Soul's pitch-black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, some of the black chi that spread out was like roots that penetrated Feng Yuan's silver light pillar. It seemed like it was going to sprout. As for the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun, it had become much thicker. Although it was suppressed by the other two clouds, it was showing signs of accumulating power. Around the silver pillar of light, apart from the previous clumps of clouds, another strange phenomenon appeared. A small mound that seemed to be there, and not there was a faint shadow on the surface of the silver light pillar, southern border. Feng Tianyu was travel-worn. He stopped his footsteps. He breathed roughly. We are finally here. Feng Tianyu's journey was very difficult. He wanted to find the other branches of an I clan, but he could not find anything. This was natural. Before he came, Feng Yuan had already moved all the Ni clan clansmen away. Feng Tianyu was very disappointed that he did not make any contribution. But along the way, he unexpectedly discovered that this Ni Jian sludge monster could devour earth goo materials and continuously increase its battle strength. Those Ni clan clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return with my tail between my legs, it will be hard to explain. It is also not my style. I should raise this sludge monster's battle strength. When Shang Xinci asks me questions, I can answer them. Thereupon, Feng Tianyu rushed all the way to Rotten Mud Mountain. Although the putrid Mud Mountain was not famous, it was still a famous mountain when one truly considered it. Although there were poison path Dalmarks, most of them were earth path Dalmarks. These earth goo materials could be found all over the mountain. They were suitable for feeding an IGN. There seems to be a beast tide here. The Goo Master village at the foot of the mountain was destroyed. Forget it. I will explore by myself. Feng Tianyu had rank 5 cultivation level, and with an IGN by his side, along the way, he let an IGN devour any suitable earth goo materials. Feng Tianyu stayed on the mountain for several days and nights. He arrived at a certain place. Suddenly, an IGN spat out the earth goo materials. Chapter 2147. This luck? Feng Yuan frowned slightly. During this period of development, his luck had also developed, but it was already suppressed by the 3 venerables, and now, this trend was even more obvious. My development and improvement are truly rapid, but the 3 venerables are truly extraordinary. They are actually able to stabilize the situation. If my luck condenses, the situation might change. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He needed to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture now. The sovereign immortal aperture's troubles were increasing. It was not like what Feng Yuan had expected. The abnormalities would decrease as time passed. Without a choice, Feng Yuan let in many of the variant human alliances Goo Immortals. Relying on these Goo Immortals to work around day and night, along with his frequent actions, the sovereign immortal aperture's turbulent situation was temporarily stabilized. On the other hand, he needed to create a suitable combat system. Most importantly, he needed to become a venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would undergo a qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into 2 Goo refinement paths, Hairy Man Nature Style and Human Isolation Style. Feng Yuan's Hairy Man Nature Style was already at the peak. He could not improve any further. He was currently exploring the peak of Human Isolation Style. He had seen Qing Chao's glory, and also had the refinement method of accumulate virtue goo from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this. An I clan's bloodline could condense immortal goo. It was also because an I clan's Goo Immortal and Iron used a human path Goo refinement method. In fact, this was very similar to the method Red Lotus Demon Venerable used to destroy fate goo to prevent it from appearing again. If I can reverse deduce an Iron's Goo refinement method from an I clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. I might even be able to become a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. The best situation was for Feng Yuan to advance to Venerable before Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave. This was the safest option. If he could not become a refinement path Venerable, he would settle for the next best thing, to raise his strength to his current limit. One was to get rid of the sovereign immortal apertures, hidden dangers, and annex all of the two heavens grotto heavens to reach its greatest foundation. The second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the biggest challenge Feng Yuan faced, because he wasn't facing just one immortal exalt, but several. Currently, there were Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other Venerables had also entered the Crazed Demon Cave to explore. At that time, it was hard to say who would jump out, especially now that the River of Time was in chaos. Even if Feng Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined to the 8th rank, he could not use it. Feng Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Feng Yuan shifted his gaze to the surface of the silver light pillar. The cloud earlier represented heaven's envy immortal goo. Feng Yuan already knew about it. But what's with this vague projection of a protruding hill? Feng Yuan couldn't figure it out. Southern border, rotten mud mountain. Nature is really wonderful. There are actually chi path goo materials in this rotten mud mountain. Feng Tianyu clicked his tongue in amazement. These goo materials had no value to an IGN, because an IGN needed to increase his earth path Dao marks to recover his strength. What Feng Tianyu didn't know was that this soil contained chi path and was not natural. Not long ago, Kong Shang activated the killer move Providence Will and used Hu Lan to create it. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Xiao Air had escaped successfully. Now, they were nowhere to be found. It's a little strange. This chi path soil is a little too much. Is there a chi path immortal material buried deep underground? It has no source. How can there be so much chi path soil? Feng Tianyu trudged along the way, feeling more and more suspicious. He was a refinement pathmaster after all. He had great knowledge. He looked around and finally stopped at a place, ordering an IGN to dig with all his might. However, after spending 2 days and 2 nights, Feng Tianyu did not find anything good after digging deep underground. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hu Land, they had naturally dealt with it. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find anything by just looking at the chi path soil here. After all, during this period of time, chi tides had swept the world. Chi path goo materials were growing everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was constantly being explored because of the chi tides. However, the environment here was very dangerous. In the sky, intense winds raged, carrying sand and cutting people's faces like knives. On the ground, there were undulating waves of sand. If one was careless, they would be buried by the sand waves that were several meters tall. The only place people could step on were the sandbags that were exposed in the sand waves. There were big and small sandbags. Even the smallest one was the size of a small mountain. In the space inside the sandbag, not only was it peaceful, there were also large amounts of cultivation resources. At this time, in a sandbag, a group of goo masters were surrounding a rank 5 goo material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were the ones who discovered it first. Everyone who saw it has a share. What is the point of talking about who discovered it first? The goo masters were arguing, when suddenly, one of them attacked. The others were caught off guard. The one who was sneak attacked was heavily injured on the spot, shouting in anger. Mo Li, you have guts. You actually dared to attack me. The other goo masters immediately scattered, guarding against each other while staring at the goo master who attacked. This goo master had a middle-aged appearance. His head was wrapped in a white headscarf. He had a beard and triangular eyes that shone with a cold light. He sneered, "Among everyone, I am most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my biggest obstacle is gone. Ha ha ha. You are all going to die." The goo masters present were stunned before erupting in anger. "Emoli, you have gone mad. All right, let me see what ability you have to say such words. Hee, you have angered everyone. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this bastard first." Facing the encirclement, Emoli was eager to give it a try, his battle intent surging. "Come, I will show you my true strength." His whole body started to flicker with blue lightning. Next, he slowly floated up into the air. The originally chaotic and disorderly lightning arcs turned into clear wires that formed the shape of clothes. wrapping around Emoli's body. The killer move activated successfully. Emoli shouted, "Golden red armor." Crack, crack, crack. Pieces of armor immediately appeared on his body. Over 100 pieces of armor were arranged according to the lines of the wires and connected into a whole body. In the blink of an eye, Emoli had already put on a full body armor. This armor shone with a metallic luster. The red and gold colors looked mighty and domineering. Emoli activated his battle armor and charged towards the group of Goo Masters like an eagle. The Goo Masters first attacked crazily, but the golden red armor did not budge. It was not damaged at all. Only a layer of black ash appeared on its surface. The Goo Masters were pale with fright. They quickly dodged and defended. Emoli only activated the armor to charge around, but many Goo Masters were killed on the spot. The remaining Goo Masters lost their fighting spirit. They split into several directions and escaped in a sorry state. Emoli sneered inside the armor, activating the killer move that came with the armor. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out its palms, a circular pattern shining on its palms. From the circular pattern, several blue lightning arrows suddenly shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The lightning arrows were like a clap of thunder, killing all the Goo Masters who were frantically trying to escape, not leaving a single one alive. The battlefield immediately calmed down. Emoli slowly landed on the ground. The golden red armor broke apart into pieces and disappeared. Then, the wire clothes that served as the lining also slowly dissipated into the air. Emoli half knelt on the ground. He was sweating profusely and breathing roughly. Although this golden red armor killer move has unparalleled power, the consumption is too high. In just a few dozen breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts are all depleted. If not for you helping me wholeheartedly, I would only be able to last half of the time with my own strength. Emoli muttered. Pang Da's soul appeared. Don't we have the wisdom bead grass now? With it, we can refine computer goo. In the future, with the help of computer goo, the golden red armor killer move's consumption of mental energy and thoughts will be reduced by more than half. The duration of the killer move will be extended by at least 2 times. That's right. Emoli smiled, taking the wisdom bead grass. After Emoli killed Pang Da and snatched his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating bitterly. The golden red armor killer move was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Emoli's battle strength could surpass rank 5 Goo Masters for a short period of time. And the reason why Pang Da cooperated with Emoli was because Emoli had encountered a life and death crisis in the previous journey. Emoli died. Pang Da's soul also perished. Emoli promised Pang Da that as long as he helped, Emoli would help Pang Da revive. Pang Da and Emoli thus reached an agreement to cooperate. Let's go. This place has already been plundered. Emoli drilled out of the sandbag and came outside. The sandstorm surged, almost blowing him into the sand waves. Emoli activated his defensive method, enduring the raging sandstorm as he sized up the surroundings. He could not see any other sandbags, only the sand waves. Emoli persevered for several minutes before finally seeing a new sandbag. Such a huge sandbag. This is the biggest sandbag I have ever seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Emoli was overjoyed. He was about to fly over. Suddenly, the sandbag exploded. A few figures flew out. Goo Immortals. Emoli's heart shook. He immediately shrunk back. Several Goo Immortals fought in the sky. Their battle shook heaven and earth. Even the sandstorm in the sky was dispersed. This is the might of Goo Immortals. It is truly terrifying. Even though I have the golden red armor, I cannot block the aftershocks of their battle. Emoli peaked. His heart was pounding and his mouth was dry. Emoli observed carefully and gradually found out the specific situation. Several Goo Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Goo Immortal was laughing loudly and provoking others. He was not worried about his own situation at all. In the chaotic battle, another figure suddenly joined the battle. But this newly joined Goo Immortal quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Goo Immortal who was attacked by this figure shouted anxiously, "Ling Hu Su, you dare to steal my Fong clan's things." Ling Hu Su laughed loudly. "Who asked you to be the closest to me? To think that you have so many soul cores." It seems that Fong Clan's actions in Green Ghost Desert were very effective. Fong Clan's Gu Immortal was anxious and furious. Ling Hu Su, I advise you to put down these soul cores. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.